Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Called Aizawa When He Was at Home with Present Mic? If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. By 10 p.m. on a cloudy Sunday night, Aizawa Shoyuta was already on his way home after an uneventful evening patrolling the shadier part of town. He didn't normally finish patrol this early, but tonight's date night and he just wants to go home to his husband. They've had to cancel the last 4, and if they have to cancel any more, Hizashi will scream so loudly that they'll be kicked out of yet another apartment building. They could technically postpone, but tonight is the last night before returning to school, and Shoyuta needs one last free night before dealing with the stress and paperwork of kicking one kid out of the hero course and transferring another into it in the aftermath of the sports festival. Shoyuta is just pulling up Hizashi's contact to let him know he's be home soon when his phone starts ringing, display flashing unknown number. The only people who know his number are his fellow pro heroes and the students in his homeroom, and Shoyuta knows for a fact that less than half of his kids actually bothered to copy down his number. Shoyuta answers quickly, wanting to get whatever this is over with so he can make it home before the rain hits. Eraserhead. Sensei? Of course it's the problem child. Problem child? What is it? There's a worrying amount of silence on the other end of the line. It lasts long enough that Shoyuta stops in his tracks and pulls the phone away from his ear with a frown to check if he's still connected. Yes. Midoriya? Kid, is everything alright? I think I need some help. Midoriya's voice is thick with tears, tone bordering on fearful. He can't help the flash of worry he feels at just how wrong his student sounds. Where are you right now? Are you at home? At this point, Shoyuta is already heading towards his apartment, but there is the chance that something happened while he was out. A villain attack maybe? He is pretty recognizable, especially after the sports festival. No, and there's silence again. He can't really go anywhere without a destination, so Shoyuta stops and focuses on the sound of Midoriya breathing, the only indication he's still on the line. Kid, you need to tell me where you are so I can help you. He doesn't have to force the sense of urgency in his tone, trying to will the kid to speak. I'm at a payphone, across F from the 24 Hours Sushi Diner. That's nowhere near where Midoriya lives. What on earth is he doing there? Alright, I know the one. I need you to stay on the line with me, Midoriya. Keep talking. I don't care what it's about. I see, can't sensei. There's not enough ti dash dot. The line cuts out before he can finish, and it has Shoyuta running faster than he was before. He dials Hizashi as he moves, already feeling guilty about what he's about to do. I swear to God if you are canceling date night again dash. Shoyuta interrupts him before he can get any further. I need your help. Shoyuta puts as much urgency as he can into those 4 words, and clearly it gets through. What happened? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come get you? God, he loves Hizashi. One sentence and he's ready to drop everything for him. No and yes. I'm not the one that's hurt. Midoriya called and I need you to meet me by the diner on 14th. I'm on my way. Do you know what happened to the little listener? How bad is it? All I know is that he sounded hurt and scared. I'm coming up on his location soon. See you in a bit. Alright. Love you, Sho. The line goes dead just as he reaches the payphone. There's no one there. Trying not to panic, Shoyuta checks behind the phone and finds Midoriya curled up, trying and failing to avoid the rain. His shadow falls over him and the kid flinches, looking up fearfully. His cheek is marred by a dark bruise, dried blood crusting over a shallow cut at the center of it. There are bruises on his chin and on his lower neck, no doubt continuing below his shirt. More bruises are scattered along his arms, with a set circling a suspiciously swollen right wrist. Midoriya relaxes when he recognizes him, and Shoyuta takes that as his cue to move closer and crouches down. He gently places his hand atop the dark curls, and that small action seems to be Midoriya's breaking point. His face falls as his eyes well with tears, and he dives into Shuta's chest, nearly knocking him over. The kid is trembling from fear or the cold, Shoyuta can't be sure. It's only know that he registers that all Midoriya is wearing are shorts and a thin t-shirt, already soaked with rain. He pulls him a little closer, trying to provide a little warmth. The sobs subside far too quickly for someone who seems to cry so easily. Midoriya, kid, what happened? Who did this to you? She was so upset that I got hurt during the sports FF festival. She was crying, and asking why I finally got a quirk. She doesn't want me at UA. D doesn't want me to be a hero. She just wouldn't stop crying so I freaked out and told her the truth about my Q quirk. Aizawa frowns. What does he mean the truth about his quirk? She told me I had to give it B back and L leave the hero course. I told her and no and she got so mad. She wouldn't stop hurting me and she said that she's going to pull me from UA. By this point Midoriya has dissolved back into tears, barely comprehensible, voice muffled by his scarf and stuttering getting worse every second. He's brought up some very concerning things regarding his home life. Shoyuta decides to not dwell on them now, focusing instead on reassuring the problem child. Shoyuta moves a hand to Midoriya's hair, hoping the small action will calm him down. Midoriya. It's going to be okay. Present Mike is on his way so we can get you checked out at the hospital. We'll get you away from her and we'll keep you safe now. At that Midoriya pulls back a little and lifts his head. Why is Present Mike coming? Of course that's the part he focuses on. Such a problem. Because we're married. Blunt and to the point, Shoyuta decides it's better to just tell the truth. Todoroki owes me 2,500 yen. Shoyuta just rolls his eyes fondly. At least that brought a smile to Midoriya's face, no matter how small. Midoriya shivers and tucks himself back under his arms when the rain picks up more, and Shoyuta has never been more grateful to see Hisashi's ridiculous bright car reflected in the windows of the shop behind the phone booth. There's a loud slam and running footsteps before Hisashi is coming around the payphone, face pinched with worry and an old sweatshirt clutched tightly in his hand. Shoyuta tugs the bright yellow put your hands up radio hoodie over Midoriya's head before scooping him up and starting towards the car. Hisashi, bless his heart, doesn't say a word and simply opens the door for Shoyuta to stick a far too light Midoriya into the back seat before moving to take his own in the front. No one says a word during the blessedly short ride to the hospital, and before long they're pulling into the nearly full parking lot, finding a spot near the edge. Shoyuta holds the door open for Midoriya, allowing him at least the option of walking in there on his own. He does so slowly, shivering hard, and Shoyuta keeps a hand close to him in case he falls. Zashi, we're going to need a few extra forms tonight. Hisashi gives Midoriya a sad look before responding. I think I know which ones you mean. That's all that's said until they reach the nurse's station inside the entrance of the hospital. I'm so sorry, but there will be quite a wait before he can see a doctor. There was a villain attack and many civilians were hurt in the crossfire. She gives them a sympathetic look before handing Hisashi a clipboard with several forms on it and pointing them towards the waiting room of the pediatric ward. Shoyuta herds Midoriya that way while Hisashi stays behind to request the extra forms. Midoriya is moving so slowly that Hisashi is back with them by the time they reach the waiting room. They settle into a set of chairs away from other people with the heroes on either side of Midoriya, shielding him from any prying eyes. Shoyuta takes advantage of the bright hospital lights to take a closer look at Midoriya's injuries. There are several cuts on his legs that he missed the first time, a few of them still oozing blood. What's far more concerning is the blood matting the kid's hair to the back of his head. Problem child, what did you mean the truth about your quirk? His voice is quiet and tone gentle, but Midoriya still flinches. Hisashi looks up from the forms and focuses on Midoriya, a small frown on his lips. Ignoring him, Shoyuta focuses on Midoriya, waiting for him to meet his eyes. He does, and Shoyuta feels like he just won a trust blink moment with a cat when Midoriya nods and opens his mouth to speak. About 10 months before the entrance exam, IW was attacked by a villain on my way home from school. All Might saved me B but went to leave before I could ask him a Q question. So I grabbed onto his leg and he jumped away with me. We landed and he shrunk and he told me the story of his quirk, how it could be passed along and that he was the 8th holder. Shoyuta can see where this is going and he doesn't like it at all. Hisashi's expression tells him he feels the same way. Midoriya takes a few deep breaths before continuing, calming down as much as he can. I asked him if someone quirkless, someone like me, could become a hero, and he told me no. This is already much worse than Shoyuta thought. The number one hero told a young boy he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. There are so many things wrong with that. Before I knew it he was gone. He left me on a roof the same day a bully T told me to kill myself. I didn't really see considerate. Even though All Might said it was impossible, I still wanted to be a hero. This is going downhill so quickly. His problem child had been through so much before he even started at UA. Then there were explosions nearby. I wanted to see more heroes since I loved watching their fights, and it was the same villain that attacked me, but now it was attacking Kaken. The heroes weren't doing anything. I moved without thinking to help out and got Kaken a bit more air, and then All Might showed up to save the D-Day again. The heroes were so mad at me, but none of them ran in to help. When they finally let me leave, I was going straight home, but the All Might showed up again and told me I could be a hero. He trained me and gave me his quirk on the day of the entrance exam. Midoriya hides his face with the sleeves of the too large sweater, and it seems like he's done his story. There is so much to unpack there that Shoyuta has no idea what he can do to comfort the problem child. Hisashi does not have the same problem, and he pulls Midoriya into what Shoyuta knows is his most comforting hug. It lasts long enough for Shoyuta to pull his thoughts together and figure out what needs to be said. When they pull apart, Shoyuta places a gentle hand on Midoriya's head and waits for him to look up before speaking. Midoriya, All Might should have never said that to you. There are many heroes who fight basically quirkless, myself included. I'm sure with your determination you could have made it to the hero course without a quirk. Look at Shinso for example. His quirk isn't a powerhouse one like yours and All Might's, but now he's being transferred to the hero course because of his hard work. All Might should have given you time to practice with your quirk before the entrance exam, and he should have told me so that I could have helped you earlier. We've got about 10 years of quirk training to catch up on, kid. Shoyuta doesn't bring up the bully's words. He knows they have to discuss it sooner rather than later, but the kid already has so much going on right now, and bringing that up is the last thing he needs. Midoriya looks surprised to say the least. He probably thought that Shoyuta would get mad and expel him or something. Unlikely. Most of the kids in 1A have managed to worm their way into Shuta's heart, and his problem child is at the forefront. The kid looks exhausted, so he lets him rest and doesn't ask any more questions. For now. It's nearing 1:30 a.m. by the time a doctor has time for Midoriya, and Hisashi has to nudge both him and Shoyuta awake. Midoriya stands on shaky legs to follow the nurse, and both heroes stay close in case he falls. By the time they make it to the examination room, Midoriya is clearly in pain and looks ready to keel over at any moment. The nurse makes them wait outside while he performs his examination, and it feels like hours before a doctor steps out of the room, but it was only a tense 30 minutes later. Hello, I'm Dr. Kahlua. Are you Midoriya's guardians? We are pro-heroes and his teachers. He called for help and we brought him here. What's his condition? Shoyuta gets straight to the point, wanting to be back by his student's side quickly. Hisashi gives him a knowing look. Midoriya is extremely malnourished and dehydrated. It's likely he hasn't had anything to eat for a few days now, and before that I'd say he had very limited amounts. We've got him started on N4 to start treatment for that. That's not good. How long has this been going on for? Why didn't anybody notice? He's got a bad sprain on his right wrist and bruising on 3 of his ribs, so we've wrapped those and he'll just have to be careful with how he moves. He's also got multiple contusions on his arms and legs, and some of them require stitches, which my nurse is administering right now. The cut on his face is mostly superficial, so we've just cleaned and bandaged it. The doctor takes a moment to let it all settle in before she speaks again. The wound on the back of his head was a little more concerning, but I've used my healing quirk and now it's been downgraded to a mild concussion. Unfortunately, since he's so dehydrated and malnourished, I couldn't use my quirk for more than the head wound, so we have to let most of his injuries heal naturally. Technically, that's not as bad as it could be, but it's still very alarming. Shoyuta can tell that Hizashi feels the same way even before he speaks up. Can we see him now, Doc? Of course. The sight that greets them is at least better than how the little listener looked when Hizashi picked them up a few hours ago. The poor kid is half asleep as a nurse covers up the last of his cuts. Shoyuta certainly looks relieved as they pull up chairs on the left of the bed and the nurse leaves without a word, Midoriya falling asleep easily once they've settled. What now, Sho? Shoyuta looks conflicted at his question and hesitates before answering. I'm not sure, Zashi. We are not letting him go back there. I can't. But I don't want to throw him in foster care either. We don't have many options. Are you saying what I think you're saying? We taking the listener home with us? If it's all right with you, Zashi. I just know we need to keep an eye on him, and what better way to do that than from our own home? Hizashi couldn't have said it better himself. This kid is going to need a lot of love to recover, and Hizashi knows that both he and Shoyuta are more than willing to provide that. Sho, you should know by now that I wasn't going to let you leave without the listener. You know that I've been wanting to adopt. You going soft on me? Bringing home a stray without me having to beg? Shoyuta shoots him a quirk-assisted glare at that, but Hizashi just laughs and grabs his husband's hand. They're quiet a few moments before he speaks again. Hey Sho, what if he doesn't want to come with us? We can't exactly force him. The thought is unpleasant, but Hizashi doubts that many kids would want to move in with their teachers. Shuta's hand tightens around his before he answers. Then we find him a safe place where he does want to go, and keep an eye on him from afar. The words are said with a slight frown, as if Shoyuta doesn't want that to be the case. Hizashi knows that he doesn't. They sit in silence for a while longer, just watching Midoriya, before Hizashi gets up and stretches. I'm going to get home and nap before school in a few hours. You, Sho, are going to stay here with the listener, and email Nizu that you need someone to cover for you today. He leans over and Shoyuta meets him halfway for a soft kiss before they part. Love you, Sho. I love you too, Zashi. It takes a while after Hizashi leaves for Shoyuta to actually do something, but once he does he regrets not starting earlier. He starts with a short email to Nizu, telling him that he and the problem child will be absent. He doesn't add any more than that, instead choosing to put more details in an email to the rest of the Hero Corps staff, if only so they don't hound him with questions or come and bother them. He specifically asks that no one comes to the hospital because he doesn't know how Midoriya would handle all the attention from pro-heroes or any students that tagged along. Shoyuta doesn't think he would appreciate his peers seeing him in this state. He makes sure to mention that they suspect Midoriya's mother is the assailant. He knows that All Might has met her and seems to have a soft spot for the woman. This could go very poorly very quickly. It's not long after he hits send that Midoriya is stirring, dull green eyes searching the room before landing on him. Present, Mike. The question is hardly a whisper, voice groggy from sleep and pain meds. He had to go home before going to school today. With that, the problem child is struggling to sit up, face contorted with pain. He's got an arm around his middle and tears in his eyes, but it seems as though nothing short of death will stop this kid from wanting to go to school. Shoyuta places a gentle hand on his shoulder and presses him back down before continuing. I already told Nizu that we're not coming in. Besides, Zashi will be back after school and we've got to talk to Detective Tsukachi before then. So you're not leaving? Midoriya sounded almost desperate for him to stay. Of course not, problem child. Shoyuta says the nickname as fondly as he dares, and Midoriya relaxes at his answer, previous tension melting away. Shoyuta allows himself a small smile before pulling out his phone to deal with the responses he could feel arriving as they spoke. Nizu keeps his short, agreeing that he'll get sniped to cover homeroom. Shoyuta snorts and wonders how long it will take for him to shoot one of his students. Most of the other teachers have answered his email with concern and simple well wishes, but Midnight asks what they can tell Midoriya's friends about his absence. Shoyuta sends out a mass response, telling them that nobody can say anything about the situation and leaves it at that. If one concerned student found out, then they all would. Who knows how upset Midoriya would be at that? Shoyuta sighs, powering down his phone before looking back to Midoriya. He's already fallen back asleep, bruised face turned towards him. He looks incredibly young in this moment, completely dwarfed by the large hospital bed. Midoriya wakes up to a gentle hand in his hair, Aizawa-sensei leaning over to tell him he's meeting Tsukachi by the entrance of the hospital, and that he'll be back shortly. He's gone, and for the first time since everything started, Midoriya is left alone with his thoughts. A quick glance at the clock by the bee tells him that it's just past 10 a.m. It's only been 12 hours since his world was flipped upside down. He remembers less than half of that, most of it blocked by shock and pain. It's not shocking that she hurt him, but she's never gone this far before. The pure anger in her expression had terrified him, but seemed only to encourage her. She must have forgotten that he's surrounded by pro-heroes and teachers that seem to actually care about him, as opposed to how all of his old teachers treated him. Midoriya had never been so grateful for his good memory than when he was pouring all of his change into the payphone and dialing Aizawa-sensei's number. He had been so relieved when he had looked up and Eraserhead was standing over him that he dove forward and clung to the hero, forgetting that the man was his scary, no-nonsense, homeroom teacher, only registering his hero, coming to save him from the pain. He had felt hurt and so scared that when Aizawa-sensei asked him about his quirk, he spilled everything. Everything about that day and what All Might said to him. His teacher's reassurances were like a breath of fresh air. Feelings he's hidden inside for so long getting validated by someone he knows he can trust will tell him the truth. Midoriya's musings are cut short when there is a soft knock on his door, and a powered-up All Might is waltzing into his hospital room. "Young Midoriya, I heard you had been injured and thought you would appreciate a nice surprise." Midoriya frowned, wondering what sort of surprise All Might was talking about. The man moved away from the door to reveal someone standing behind him, pale face covered in tears. Yagi Toshinori was having a great morning. He got a full 8 hours sleep last night after going over footage from the sports festival, planning his discussion for his next class. He always checks his email before leaving for work, and finds a surprising one sent from Aizawa to the Hero Corps staff and the principal of UA. The subject of the email is enough to stop him in his tracks. Midoriya Izuku. Why would Aizawa be sending out an email about his successor? An email that was sent at almost 4 in the morning? Why would Midoriya be up that late and do something for Aizawa to notice? Reading the beginning of the email causes him to choke on his blood. Midoriya Izuku contacted me after being attacked, and is now residing in the hospital. We believe the perpetrator to be his dash. Yagi can't read anymore. Young Midoriya attacked? Who would do something like this? Was it a villain who saw him at the sports festival? With its national broadcast, that would be his best guess. The students are an easy way to get to the school. Has anyone told his mother? Unsure, Yagi sets off for the Midoriya apartment almost immediately, dialing Nizu as he powers up into his All Might form. "I hope you're calling to let me know you're on your way to work, Yagi. School started almost 30 minutes ago." The false cheer in his voice makes Yagi cringe, already dreading what he's about to do. "About that? I won't be able to make it in today. I have some other matters to attend to." "Other matters involving Midoriya Izuku? I have no idea what you're talking about." What he had hoped to come out strong came out as a barely contained yell. "Be careful, Yagi, or Eraserhead will erase your head." "Ha!" The dial tone speaks volumes, and Yagi takes a big breath before leaping to the nearest building, making it to young Midoriya's building in no time. He's standing in the lobby trying to remember which apartment he needs to go to when he spots the green head of hair belonging to Midoriya Inko. Sighing in relief, Yagi heads her way and catches up by the time she exits the stairwell. "Miss Midoriya, so good to see you. As you may recall, my name is All Might and I teach your son." She startles at his loud voice and he inwardly cringes. Maybe he should tone it down a little. "All Might, so good to see you again. What can I do for you? Is Izuku in trouble?" "In a way, yes. He's in the hospital right now, and I'm wondering if you know what happened." She looks shocked and frown in the direction of her apartment before answering. Was he chasing another villain fight? The boy never knows when to stay away. Always writing in those little notebooks of his. Ferton takes him back a little, but everyone reacts differently to this sort of news. "No, not at all, It seems some sort of villain attacked him sometime last night. I'm not sure of the details." I didn't finish reading the email before leaving to find you. I believe it had to do with the sports festival. Your son did quite well. Inko is crying now, loudly and in the middle of the hallway of her apartment building. Who sent an email? That means as someone saved him? That he's okay? Yes, he's alright. It seems he contacted Eraserhead, who took him to the nearest hospital. Inko sags to the ground at that, body tense with worry. Why didn't he tell me he was leaving? Or call me instead? He shouldn't need some random hero to help him. That's why he's in the hero course. Ever since he joined that class he's been changing, and I don't think I like it. That bit surprises Yagi a little, and Inko must see the shock on his face, for she leans against the wall a little more with a sad sigh. He was smart to contact a hero he knows. Eraserhead is very strong and tends to be very protective of his students, no matter what the man will tell you. It's just he worries me so much. He's broken so many B-bones since the entrance exam, and who knows how many other injuries he's had. His C-class was attacked by villains at the very start of the year. Who knows what else will happen to him at this point. I don't think I want this to be the lifestyle he chooses. Her words must be because of how worried she is. People say whatever comes to mind when facing something like this. Young Midoriya's mother would never stop him from pursuing his dreams. Of that he is certain. He is surrounded by pro-heroes, all day, every day at school. The chances of another villain attack are very slim. And if there was one, all the heroes would rush in to help, just like last time. How about we get your groceries into your home then head over to the hospital so you can see him yourself? Inko simply nods her agreement, a bit of surprise on her face, and they rush through getting her groceries put away before hailing a cab to the hospital. It's not a long ride, but Inko is tense the whole way, so Yagi gently places a hand on her back when they arrive, and he guides her towards the pediatric ward where young Midoriya is likely to be. The nurse at the desk looks shocked to see the number 1 hero, but gives them the room number swiftly and sending them on their way. Yagi knocks lightly before entering, and takes in his successor's bruised and shocked face. Young Midoriya, I heard you had been injured and thought you would appreciate a nice surprise. Yagi grinned before moving to the side, revealing the boy's mother. Well, that's not quite the reaction he was expecting, but it will do. Now young Midoriya, I will leave you two alone so you can reassure your mother that you are fine. Maybe tell her about the villain that attacked you. He hopes it was something minor. That Midoriya can reassure his mother he's perfectly safe at school. Paula might wait. UCC can't leave her here with me. Well, that's not right. Why is he refusing to speak to his mother? And why not? She's just worried for your well-being. Yagi turns to leave, missing the despair on the young boy's face. But she's not. She's the one dash. Young Midoriya, can't you see that you're upsetting your mother? And he was. There are fresh tears streaming down her face as she takes in her son's rejection. You must speak to each other. I will be back shortly and expect you to have apologized and made up by the time I return. Ignoring the heartbroken look on young Midoriya's face, Yagi strides out of the room and closes the door loudly behind him. Yagi walks slowly down the hallways, no destination in mind. Maybe he should visit some of the younger kids in this ward? It's not every day that the number 1 hero shows up at a hospital like this. He's smiling at the idea when he nearly walks into Aizawa and Tsukachi, who are heading in the direction of young Midoriya's room. All Might, what are you doing here? Did you not read the part of the email where I said the kids shouldn't have any visitors? The Erasure hero drones on, sounding eternally bored. Well, I may have missed that part. And most of the email. I stopped reading after I saw that he was attacked. I simply wanted to surprise young Midoriya with a visit from his mother since nobody thought to tell her that her son was attacked by a villain. You did what? Wow, Yagi has never seen Eraserhead so angry before. Is it because he didn't read the entire boring email? There can't have been that much more information in there. You heard me, Eraser. She's actually in there now. I wanted to give them a moment. Yagi doesn't even finish his sentence before Aizawa is running past him, Tsukachi hot on his heels. He turns after a moment and follows the two at a much slower pace. What in the world is going on? Shoyuta is just finishing an explanation of the night before to Tsukachi when they run into All Might. All Might, what are you doing here? Did you not read the part of the email where I said the kids shouldn't have any visitors? This man must be illiterate. You'd have to be to fail to understand that part of his email. Well, I may have missed that part. And most of the email. I stopped reading after I saw that he was attacked. I simply wanted to surprise young Midoriya with a visit from his mother since nobody thought to tell her that her son was attacked by a villain. You did what? Now he knows the man is illiterate. That woman cannot be here. You heard me, Eraser. She's actually in there now. I wanted to give them a moment. Aloe dash. Shoyuta is running off before a still smiling All Might can finish his sentence, feeling the detective following closely behind. The run to Midoriya's room feels much longer than the walk to the front door had, and Shoyuta had never been more grateful for the empty halls. They do not need a nurse berating them for running when his problem child is in danger. Shoyuta bursts into the room, capture weapon flaring, and freezes at the scene. Midoriya is out of bed, for needle yanked out of his arm. He stands, back against the corner of the room, clutching at his mother's arm, face grimacing in pain. The short woman has the kid's sprained wrist in her hand, blood seeping from beneath her fingers. He's trying to pull her off, but whatever he's doing seems to be making the pain worse for him. Let him go. She turns around at that, yanking his kid by the arm to pull him with her, finally noticing the others in the room. Midoriya whimpers at the movement, fresh tears falling from his eyes as his injuries are jarred. Shoyuta meets his eyes, and he looks terrified, no sign of the reckless determination he had come to expect from the kid. Oh, you must be Eraserhead, the teacher who cares too much. Well, if you care so much, then you can have the worthless Deku. With that she propels Midoriya towards them by his injured wrist, and he quickly loses his balance as she lets go. Shoyuta, however, is much faster than she thinks, and he catches the kid as he falls, bringing them both to the ground. Midoriya clutches onto the front of his uniform as if his life depends on it, other hand tucked against his chest, blood staining the thin hospital shirt. His breath is coming in short gasps now, on the verge of panicking. Shoyuta pulls him a little closer as he looks up to see Tsukachi standing between them and Midoriya's mother, pulling out a pair of quirk-canceling HNDCFFS. Better safe than sorry. It's at this moment that All Might decides to finally join the party, and Inko starts crying as soon as she sees him. All Might. They attacked Emi and took my son away from Emi. Wow, this woman is good. All Might must think so too because he steps towards them, confusion in his eyes. He reaches a hand towards Midoriya, and he flinches away, hiding his face in Shuta's scarf. His breaths are impossibly short now, and Shoyuta knows they have to end this quickly. This is not a situation for the kid to have a panic attack in. All Might looks confused at the action, and tries to move closer still before Shoyuta settles his glare on him. I think you've done enough here, All Might. Why don't you go fetch Dr. Kahlua while we deal with the situation? All Might frowns before getting up to leave without another word. Shoyuta tunes back into the problem before them just in time to hear the end of Inko's rant about how useless her child is and how he would be better off dropping out of the hero course and UA altogether. Tsukachi seems to have enough of it as he moves forward to place the cuffs on her wrist. She shoots a hand out and the cuffs fly out of the detective's hand and towards her own. Shoyuta is quick to use his quirk on her and the cuffs clatter to the floor. Oh, you are good, Eraserhead. She seems contented. Let Tsukachi arrest her now, and is soon led out of the room, and Shoyuta and the problem child are left alone. Okay, Midoriya, I need you to take some deep breaths now. He exaggerates his own breathing, and Midoriya tries to replicate it before his breathing stutters. IICC can't. He's crying harder now, shaking in his arms. That's okay, Midoriya. We can try again. The kid nods and Shoyuta can feel him trying to breathe more deeply. After a few minutes he succeeds, and Shoyuta waits a few more minutes after that to speak again. All right, kiddo, let me see that arm. Midoriya complies faster than he expected, left hand keeping its death grip on his shirt as he lifts his right arm. Shoyuta gently begins to unwind the bandage covering his sprained wrist, and is shocked to see splinters of white cutting through his arm. Dr. Kahlua walks into the room as the bandage finally comes off, and kneels down beside them to take a look, and All Might is suspiciously absent. Oh dear, this does not look good. How did she do this, kid? Midoriya gives the doctor a wary look before refocusing on him. Her quirk is C called attraction. I think she used it on the bone sheet. Well, that explains the splinters of bone peeking through his skin. She shattered it with her quirk and attracted the shards towards herself. Doc, can you use your quirk on this? I'm afraid not. There are some unfortunate drawbacks when it comes to using my quirk. It won't work on the same person twice within 12 hours. If I'm healing multiple injuries at once, then it works just fine, but if I try to fix anything with over half an hour in between, then it won't work. So unless you want to wait, we've got to prep him for surgery. That won't be necessary. I'm calling in Recovery Girl. Kahlua looks far too excited at the prospect of Recovery Girl coming, and Shoyuta shoots her a look as he pulls out his phone and calls his husband. Sho, what's up? The little listener done his interview with Tsukachi. Unfortunately not. There was an incident and I need you to bring Recovery Girl. She, does everything okay? What happened to my listener? Hisashi's voice gets steadily louder, quirk usage obvious even over the phone. It will be once you guys get here. I'll tell you what happened then. I'm on my way, I just have to get midnight to cover my next class. I'll be no longer than 15 minutes. Shoyuta raises his eyebrows at that. UA is at least a 25-minute drive away. Alright Zashi, see you soon. He hangs up without waiting for an answer and turns his attention back to the kid in his arms. Was that present Mike? Yeah kid, he's on his way with Recovery Girl. The small smile that brings to Midoriya's face is pained but relieved. The kid must really like his husband. Shoyuta returns the smile, chest a little warmer at the thought. Hisashi is in the middle of teaching class 1A the meanings behind different English sayings when his phone rings. Normally he'd just ignore it, but it's the ringtone he set specifically for Shoyuta, and he wouldn't be calling without an important reason. He gives the class an apologetic look as he picks up the phone. Sho, what's up? The little listener done his interview with Tsukachi. He can always hope for a good reason for the phone call, but it's unlikely. Unfortunately not. There was an incident and I need you to bring Recovery Girl. He needs Recovery Girl? Is there something so bad that the doctor's quirk can't fix it? He's worried, and doesn't even think before answering his husband. She, does everything okay? What happened to my listener? Hisashi grimaces as he accidentally activates his quirk, earning some interesting looks from his class. It will be once you guys get here. I'll tell you what happened then. I'm on my way, I just have to get midnight to cover my next class. I'll be no longer than 15 minutes. Hisashi is a very respectable driver the majority of the time, but when someone he cares about is in danger, all the rules and regulations go out the window. He barely registers Shuta's goodbye before the dial tone is going off. Alright class, I've got to go. Ida, I need you to go to the teacher's lounge and get midnight to cover the rest of this class. Without giving his students a chance to ask the questions he knows they have, Hisashi ducks out of the room and runs to the infirmary, praying that Recovery Girl isn't busy with a student. She's not, and all it takes is one look at his worried state and him breathlessly saying Midoriya's name before she is up and following him out the door and to the parking lot. It is 13 minutes and 49 seconds later that Hisashi and Recovery Girl are bursting into the listener's hospital room. He broke several traffic laws on the way over and passed a guilty-looking All Might on his way up the stairs. Sho is holding Midoriya in a sort of half-hug on the floor, while his free hand gingerly holds the kid's bloody arm. He's got his face hidden in his husband's scarf and his uninjured hand clutching his shirt so tightly that his knuckles are white. Dr. Kahlua is crouched in front of them, cleaning the blood as best she can while the wounds are still open. The sight is enough to have Hisashi lurching forward. Crouching begins Sho and placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, but still within Midoriya's vision should he choose to look up. Shoyuta gives him a grateful look as he leans into the touch. Recovery Girl gently nudges the doctor aside before placing a light kiss on Midoriya's temple. Midoriya relaxes a little in Sho's grip, clearly exhausted. The best I can do is mend the bones. He's so tired that I can't even close the wounds properly. Those will have to be stitched. Since it can't be fixed with a quirk, it will most likely scar as well. Recovery girl frowns and stands to walk out the door, dismissing herself. Why don't you get him to bed and out of that shirt so we can get him stitched up and into a clean one? At the doctor's words, Shoyuta scoops Midoriya up in his arms and walks the few paces to the bed, careful not to jostle him. He has a bit of a hard time getting Midoriya to let go of his shirt, but he manages. He then pulls off the blood-stained shirt and Hisashi can't help but stare at what he sees. Scattered along the poor kid's torso are small burn marks that look like they were caused by explosions. There are long, thin scars that look like knife wounds, but far too thin. Maybe someone's quirk? Hisashi would bet money that Midoriya's back has the same marks. The little listener is oblivious to their staring gaze, tracking his doctor as she gathers things to stitch up his arm. Everyone watches as she carefully stitches him up, Midoriya clearly nervous about what happened. It's not long before she is wrapping up his arm and handing Shoyuta a clean shirt to put on a half-asleep Midoriya. He does so without hesitation and only hesitates for a moment before grabbing Hisashi's forgotten put-your-hands-up radio sweater from a nearby chair and pulling that over his head too. Midoriya gives him a small, grateful smile before laying down. He's asleep in moments, and Hisashi turns his gaze towards his husband, hoping for an explanation. Instead he gets an armful of Shoyuta, and he squeezes him back just as tightly before guiding his husband to one of the chairs. I've got a feeling I should let Nizu know I'll be out for the rest of the day. Recovery girl returns at his comment, and speaks before Sho can give him an answer. I've already handled it. Now Eraserhead, I think I deserve an explanation as to how Midoriya got hurt a second time, why you didn't bring him to me in the first place, and why we passed All Might crying in the stairwell on our way up here. Sho's lips quirk up a little at the last comment before falling back into the frown that had made its home on his face since last night. The hospital was much closer than UA, and I don't think even you would be at work past 10 p.m. As for your other two questions, All Might is an illiterate fool who decided to bring a suspected child abuser to visit her victim and leave them unsupervised. I doubt Midoriya would willingly be left in a room alone with her, so All Might must have ignored him and still left. He completely broke the kid's trust, so that's probably why he's crying. That's it. All Might is dead. A few tears is nothing compared to what Hisashi wants to do to the man. You didn't do anything to him? Threaten him? Recovery girl looks surprised, and Hisashi spots Shuta's scariest grin on his face before he answers her. Not yet, I haven't. At Hisashi's insistence, Sho ends up leaving to drive Recovery Girl back to work and to head home to shower and nap, promising to be back by late afternoon for the delayed interview with Tsukachi. It's not long after he leaves that Midoriya is stirring. Present Mike? What happened to Aizawa-sensei? He looks worried for his teacher, and it's adorable. Hey little listener. Sho went home to rest for a bit. You know you don't have to call us by our hero names or sensei out of school, right? You can just call me Hisashi, and I'm sure Sho would be good with Aizawa or Shoyuta. Midoriya looks a little shocked at that. Okay, Hisashi. Then you can call me Izuku. I'm not sure I like the name Midoriya anymore anyways. Izuku gives him a sad, tired smile at that. It's a deal, Izuku. Why don't you go back to sleep? Sho won't be back for a few hours and you could use the extra sleep. Izuku frowns at that and Hisashi is just opening his mouth to speak when Izuku raises shaky hands and signs. Can't. Too loud. Hisashi really shouldn't be surprised that the kid knows sign language, and yet he is. He's glad that Midoriya's still facing the ceiling and can't see the shocked expression on his face. I'm too loud? Or the hospital? Hospital. Well, you're in luck, listener. I've got an easy fix for that. Hisashi removes the headphones from his hero costume and places them over Izuku's ears. The listener reaches up one hand to feel the headphones and the other to sign a quick, thank you. Go to sleep, listener. Hisashi leans forward to press a soft kiss to his temple and Izuku gives him a watery smile before complying. Hisashi is nearing sleep himself when Sho returns a few hours later. He can hear him pause in the doorway as he takes in the sight of Izuku where he has curled himself around Hisashi's hand. Hisashi had offered it after Izuku woke up from a nightmare, and he had scooted closer on the bed so he could grasp it more firmly. It's a cute sight, and Hisashi can tell Shoyuta feels the same without even turning around. Don't worry, Sho, I already took lots of pictures. Shoyuta snorts as he strides forward to place a hand on his shoulder before leaning down to speak in his ear. Tsukachi should be back soon, we should wake him up. Hisashi complies, leaning forward to run his fingers through the thick curls. It takes a few minutes before Izuku opens his eyes, frowning. Sho reaches forwards and pulls the headphones off of his head before handing them back to Hisashi. Hey kid. Tsukachi will be here soon to interview you. Izuku frowns harder at that, and simply nods in response. It's a few minutes of awkward silence later when Izuku tugs on Shuta's sleeve to get his attention. All Might. The frown is still on his lips, and there's fear in his eyes. A look Hisashi has never seen on his face when talking about the number one hero. It's always been a look of awe and adoration. Whatever happened definitely shook his trust in the hero. Hisashi looks to Sho and sees that he's keeping as straight a face as he can, a slight crease in his brow the only indicator of his mood. If he's surprised about the sign language, then he's not letting it show. He left kid. I'm not letting him see you right now. Izuku relaxes at that, and Sho stands up straight, moving away from the bed towards a small table that holds a pitcher of water. Izuku grabs the offered glass in his right hand, left still gripping Hisashi's own. Thank you, Shoyuta. Sho's eyebrows go up at the name, but he doesn't say anything and Hisashi takes that as a win. He hadn't expected Izuku to try out the name so quickly. Shoyuta pulls a chair right next to Hisashi and grabs his free hand before settling down to wait for the detective. They don't have to wait long, Tsukachi knocking on the door and easing it open less than 10 minutes later. Izuku is tense when he walks in, and Hisashi gives his hand a little squeeze of comfort. Tsukachi notices his uneasiness, and sets up at the small table a little ways from the bed, slumping a little in his chair to try and make Izuku more comfortable in his presence. He hits play on his little handheld recorder before speaking. All right, Midoriya. Izuku tenses right back up at the name, and Tsukachi gives him an apologetic look. My name is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I'm here to gather a statement regarding the events of this past weekend. First, we need to establish a history regarding the relationship between you and your mother, Midoriya Inko. My quirk is lie detector, so I'll be able to tell if what you're saying is true or not. You with me so far? Why yes. True. Looks like we're off to a good start, Izuku. Izuku smiles a little at that, relaxing a bit more at the detective's tone. Is this the first time your mother hit you? Izuku tenses back up, looking anywhere but at the detective before answering. No. She first started in middle school when I would come home beaten up by bullies. I guess she'd thought that since I was getting bruises already, and nobody would notice a few extra. True. Has she been hitting you ever since then? Once I got into UA she stopped. I think she was worried that the heroes that teach there would notice. True. Has she abused you in any other way besides physically? Why yes. Before she started hitting me, she would alternate between pretending I didn't exist, to yelling at me for existing, calling me names. True. When did this start? What kind of names did she call you? It started when I was 4, the D-Day I was diagnosed quirkless. Tsukachi doesn't look surprised at this. How much does he know? He seems to be pretty good friends with All Might. True. She was pretty unoriginal with names. She just called me what she heard my bullies call me. Usually V variations of stupid, useless, worthless, and Deku. True again. While neglecting you, did she also withhold things from you? Izuku gives him a confused look at that. What kind of things? Necessities. Things like food and water. Well, she forgot to feed me a lot of the time, so I had to sneak food when she was away. If she caught me taking food, she always started yelling again. Shuta's hand tightens in his at that. Why did nobody ever help the little listener? True. Where was your father during all of this? At first she said that he was working overseas, but as I got older, she started telling me that it was my fault he left. Because I'm a stupid, worthless Deku. True again. That's enough for the history. Can you tell me what happened this weekend? What triggered her assault? Well, I got pretty banged up during the sports festival so as soon as I got home I hid in my room. It took her until Sunday to notice I was even there. When she did, she barged into my room and started yelling. She kept telling me how worried she gets when I get hurt like this. How she wished I never got a quirk in the first place. How she had never heard of anyone else developing one this late. She was being so loud and she wouldn't stop, so I told her how I got my quirk. She was so mad at me. Started yelling about how I should give it back and I'll leave you it. I told her no, so she started hitting me again and wouldn't stop. I had to wait until she went to bed to sneak out of the apartment and call Aizawa-sensei for help. All true. Can you tell me about what happened when she and All Might came to the hospital? Do I have T2? There are tears in Izuku's eyes now, and Hisashi grips his hand a little tighter. I'm so sorry, Izuku, but we need to know what happened. Izuku sniffs before continuing on. Okay. All Might came into the room and told me he had a nice surprise for me. He moved and she was there. I tried to tell him that I didn't want to talk to her, or see her, and that she was the one who hurt me, but he wouldn't listen. Jay just told me I was upsetting her and he left. As soon as the door closed behind him, she walked towards me. She was calling me all those names again, but she was so calm, it was even scarier than usual. I got out of the bed to get away from her, but she still grabbed me and used her quirk. It hurt way more than usual, so I know she was extra mad at me. The room falls quiet as Tsukachi makes a few more notes. Hisashi looks over at Shoyuta and finds him tight-lipped, face as neutral as he can get it. However, there is no disguising the anger in his eyes. He's sure that the same look is mirrored on his face. Hisashi is furious. Who the hell treats their child like that? He's glad he wasn't in the room earlier with Inko. Who knows what he would have done then? As it stands, Hisashi isn't sure what they're going to do with All Might. Would Midnight be willing to help hide a dead body? Alright, Izuku, that's all I need for now. Eraserhead, a word please. They walk out the door and Hisashi is left alone with a softly crying Izuku. Hisashi stands and pulls Izuku into a tight hug, and he breaks down in his arms. Shoyuta follows Tsukachi out of the room, feeling guilty leaving Izuku behind in that state. At least he's got Hisashi with him. Alright, Eraserhead, I'll make this quick. His statement is more than enough to proceed. With charges. Pair that with what we both witnessed, this case is pretty open and shut. You may need to testify if this goes to court, but I'll do my best to keep Izuku out of it. Thank you. This is stressful enough for him already. There is the small matter of his father. We managed to contact him, but he told us he wanted nothing to do with the kid. He even signed the papers to relinquish custody, so that won't be a problem. Jesus. What kind of father refuses a relationship with his kid? Not that Shoyuta minds all that much. It'll make it so much easier for them to take him home. You know how he mentioned his mother saying he works overseas? Well, he's the kind of father that runs a small villain gang over in America. Now, I'm assuming you want to take the kid home. Of course, Hisashi and I both have our foster licenses for cases like this. We already filled out the child abuse forms with the hospital. They should have faxed those to you already. We just need to fill out the fostering forms so we can take him home. I'm guessing you already knew the answer and brought them with you? Tsukachi gives him a smug look as he pulls the forms out of his briefcase. Shoyuta starts filling them out as they talk so the detective can take them with them when he leaves. Alright, I'll see if I can put in a good word with his social worker once they're assigned. You can tell them to not bother looking at other placements for him. We're both wanting to keep Izuku more long-term. Tsukachi gives him a look at that. You going soft on us, Eraserhead? Shoyuta doesn't dignify that with an answer, instead showing the detective his middle finger as they turn back to his kid's room and begin the walk there. They run into Dr. Kahlua on the way, and he allows her to step into the room first. Alright, Izuku. I'm just going to check you over, and then if everything is to my liking, we can get you out of here. The problem child nods from his place on the bed, scrubbing at his face to get rid of the tears. Hisashi steps back to stand next to him as Kahlua gets to work. Everything go all right with Tsukachi? He hands him the forms to sign before he answers. Yeah. There shouldn't be any custody problems on account of one garbage father. Hizashi gives the forms to a lurking Tsukachi before he turns his attention back to their kid. Well, that's a relief. Shoyuta simply nods, eyes following the movements of the doctor. Izuku seems a little more comfortable this time around, watching the heroes instead of the doctor. Alright, everything looks good to go. He will be sore for a few days while his bruises heal. The wrist might become a long-term issue with residual pain, so make sure to keep an eye on that. I'll prescribe a few painkillers and send the form with the nurse when they bring the discharge paperwork for you. With that, Kahlua is gone, leaving the pros alone with their new charge. As senseis? Where will I go now? Izuku looks more than a little nervous. Fresh tears sprouting in his eyes. Sho, you didn't tell him? Hizashi looks outraged, and Shoyuta rolls his eyes at his antics. You're coming home with us, problem child. I hope you like cats. Shoyuta gives him a wide smile, one that usually unnerves his class. Izuku simply answers with a grin of his own, what he hopes are happy tears falling from his eyes. They don't have to wait long for the paperwork, and Shoyuta sends Hizashi to fill the prescription while he deals with it. He fills it out quickly, then he and Izuku slowly make their way to the front desk, Hizashi joining them while the nurse checks over the forms. Everything seems to be in order. I hope I don't have to see you here again, mister. She directs the last part at Izuku as she hands him a sucker. The kid looks mortified, and Shoyuta has to repress a laugh. It seems he didn't succeed though, because Izuku shoots him a glare as they walk out the doors and to the car that is parked much closer than before. They make the drive in silence, the only noise coming from the softly playing radio. By the time they make it home, it's nearing 6 o'clock, so Hizashi sets about making a light dinner while Shoyuta shows Izuku around the apartment. He starts the tour from the entrance that leads directly to the living room. The wall to their left is lined with various records and CDs, while the one across from it has multiple bookshelves and some small knickknacks, mostly belonging to Hizashi. The third wall houses their TV and sound system with a few pictures scattered on the walls. There's a couch in the center of it all, and Shoyuta suspects that at least one cat is curled up on it. Instead of a fourth wall, the living room opens up into the dining room and kitchen, where Hizashi is already humming a tune as he cooks. There's a hallway at the edge of the wall with the bookshelves that leads to the bedrooms and bathroom. Shoyuta and Hizashi's room is the first on the right, with an office across the hallway on the left. Right next to the office is the bathroom, and across from that and next to his own room is the spare room, now Izuku's. Shoyuta shows him the room with a small smile, and notes the surprise on Izuku's face as he takes it all in. I may have broken into your old place and nabbed some of your stuff while I was supposed to be napping. Thought you'd feel a little more comfortable that way. He notices how the kid's eyes light up at the notebook stacked on his desk, and he's not surprised when Izuku turns around and hugs him. He just simply hugs him back. Thank you so much. You guys have just been so nice to me, and I don't know what I would have done if why you didn't answer the phone. I can't thank you enough for this. Izuku, you being here and okay is more than enough thanks. Still, thank you. Shoyuta gives him one last squeeze before letting go and leading him back towards the dining room, where Hizashi is just setting the table for dinner. They eat in silence for a few minutes before Shoyuta speaks up. Alright kiddo. I figure we have two options for tomorrow. You can either come to school with us, or hang out here with the cats. Either way, Hizashi and I should probably teach our classes tomorrow. I think I'd like to go to classes. Shoyuta gives him a soft smile before resuming dinner. Once they are all done and cleaned up, they sit Izuku on the couch to introduce him to the cats. This one is Toothless. Sho named him that because he has no teeth, and that is his favorite movie. Hizashi is holding out their fluffy black cat for a giggling Izuku to pet while Shoyuta shoots his husband a glare. What movie is that? Oh my god. Shoyuta has to silence his husband with his quirk. Sorry. IWs and never are really allowed to watch movies. I only did when she forgot about me and left F for a few days. Izuku looks so disappointed in himself. He feels so badly for something that wasn't his fault. That's okay, little listener. It's not your fault, but it will be ours if we don't rectify that soon. Shoyuta has to speak up now, before it becomes too obvious that he's feeling things. Hisashi will never let him hear the end of it. And this one is radio, because she is loud and Hisashi is stupid. Izuku is laughing now, reaching out for the small Siamese that meows loudly in response to being passed around. She settles in his lap though, and starts purring as the problem child sets about petting her. It's not long before they're all yawning, the day's events catching up with them. Izuku goes to bed without complaint, and they follow suit. Shoyuta is asleep in no time, Hisashi's warmth at his side. Izuku wakes up to a weight on his chest, and opens his eyes to see Radio's blue ones staring back at him. She meows loudly and pushes her face against his before hopping off of him, allowing him to sit up. A glance at the clock tells him it's just past 6 a.m., and he throws on his school uniform before following the impatient Radio to the kitchen, where he makes sure to give Toothless a few pets. Izuku takes a moment to look at his teachers and take in their odd sleepwear. His homeroom teacher is wearing bright pink sweatpants and a sweatshirt that do not match at all. In direct contrast, the voice hero is wearing dark sweatpants and a bright yellow Present Mic t-shirt. They've both got silver chains around their necks. Some sort of matching necklaces? He mindlessly eats the breakfast they put in front of him, not quite ready for the day ahead. He knows his classmates will be full of questions that he doesn't want to answer. His teachers disappear and return in their pro-hero uniforms, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Come to think of it, they probably would be. The apartment is a bit of a drive from UA, and as teachers they're probably expected to be there early. Izuku looks up from his musings to find both pros watching him, a small smile on Hisashi's face as he moves towards him. You mind if I fix your tie? Listener? It looks very interesting. Izuku looks down at said tie and grimaces. It's tied in the same crumpled way it has been since day one, Izuku having no one around to help him figure it out. He nods his consent and Hisashi reaches forward, taking a few minutes to figure out how to untie the mess. Once finished, Izuku grabs his backpack from his room and they all head out the door, giving the cat some pets on the way. The drive is spent in silence, and Shoyuta only speaks once they park the car. There's one more thing to talk about before we head in, kid. Both teachers are turned in their seats, and Hisashi's got a frown on his face. We talked to Niza last night. Tried to get him to at least suspend All Might from teaching. We're worried that the way he handled things at the hospital are insight onto how he might treat the rest of the kids. He's too ignorant for his own good. Shoyuta turns back to the front before continuing. Nizu refused. Something about how the country would stand against UA for pulling the #1 hero from teaching for a while. Who knows what the rat is thinking? Do you want to train with 1B instead of with All Might for that PRD? Izuku hesitates before replying. While Shuta's suggestion would be nice, Izuku doesn't think he wants to leave his class, even for that one PRD. He's trained so hard with his classmates as friends, that he doesn't think it would be worth it. He shakes his head at the pro. All right, kid. Shoyuta doesn't seem upset, and he's got a look of understanding in his eyes when they meet his own. You want to wait in the teacher's lounge, listener? Be easier to avoid questions that way. Hisashi's question breaks the silence of the car. Izuku simply nods his assent and they make their way over. It's thankfully empty when they arrive, and Izuku settles on the couch to catch up on some missed work before class. It's not long before other pros start to arrive, barely sparing him a glance as if they expected him to be there. A few pros give him a smile or a quiet hello, and Snipe even reaches over to ruffle his hair, messing up his curls even more. Hey! Snipe just laughs at him as Shoyuta makes his way over. It's not my fault. I had to see how fluffy it is. We should head to class now, kid. And remember, you don't have to answer any questions you don't want to. It's none of their business. Izuku nods and grabs his backpack before following him out the door and to their classroom. Izuku steps inside first, and is met with a barrage of noise. Deku-kun, what happened? Whoa, that bruise. So manly. Midoriya, are you alright? Where were you yesterday? Were you attacked by a villain? Izuku is quickly overwhelmed and tries to step back away from the noise but ends up backing right into his teacher. He places a steadying hand on his shoulder before addressing the class. Everyone shut up. With that everyone did, too afraid of their teacher's wrath to continue. Izuku rushes to take his own seat, in the back and away from the attention. Only once he reaches it does he notice the new face in the spot behind him, and he gives Shinso a small smile before sitting down and taking out his notebook. Homeroom passes far too quickly for his comfort, and as soon as Shoyuta steps out of the room, Ida and Uraraka are rushing up to his desk. Deku, what happened? We were so worried. Izuku tenses at the nickname. I'm fine. Nothing happened. Midoriya. As your classmate and friend I am inclined to believe you, but those bruises tell a different story. Was it a villain? It must have been bad if you missed a day of classes. Ida's robotic gesturing is awfully close to his face, and he shrinks away a little and keeps his mouth shut, unwilling to answer. Come on, Deku, you can tell us anything. Uraraka is reaching for his shoulder now, and he can't help but flinch away. She looks hurt at the action, but doesn't try again. You guys should get back to your seats before Present Mike gets here. Ida frowns when Shinso speaks up but leaves for his desk anyways. Okay then, you can just tell us what happened over lunch, Deku. Uraraka leaves then, and Izuku shoots Shinso a grateful smile before he relaxes in his seat. English passes almost as quickly as homeroom did, and Izuku can feel himself getting more worked up as it gets closer to lunchtime. Before he knows it, the bell is ringing and Ida and Uraraka are once again making their way over to his desk. They've got concerned frowns on their faces. Izuku is touched. He really is. He never thought he'd have friends that cared so much. It's just not something he can deal with right now. He's panicking, shoving things into his bag in the hope that he'll be able to get away fast enough when Present Mike calls out. Izuku, a word? He relaxes a bit at the sound of the hero's voice, and makes his way over to his desk at the front of the room. Deku, we'll wait outside the class for you. Hizashi notices his distress and answers before he can stutter something out. That won't be necessary, Uraraka. This might take a while. The door shuts behind his friends and he sighs, relief washing over him. I don't remember them being so loud last week. Hizashi simply frowns in response and gets up from his chair. Let's hit up the teacher's lounge. I'm sure Sho is already waiting for us. Thank you, Hizashi. I have a feeling they were going to interrogate me more over lunch, and I really don't want to share what happened. No problem, listener. They step out into the empty halls and make the short walk to the teacher's lounge, where only a few of them are present. Lunch passes quickly, and it's only when the final bell is nearing that Izuku remembers what class he has next. Hero Studies. With all might. Shoyuta and Hizashi notice his distress when they're rising from their seats to head towards their last classes. Don't worry, listener. I'm going to talk to All Might and have you sit out today. You can still watch the class, but no strenuous activity for you. Izuku smiles gratefully at him and they make their way to the location for today's hero class, Gym Beta. Most of his classmates are already present and loud, and a few of them start heading in his direction when he enters with Hizashi. The man simply leads him over to the benches before making him sit, and plunks his headphones over his ears to block the noise. Izuku smiles in relief at the cutoff of sound and Hizashi gives him a small hair ruffle before heading over to speak with All Might. Izuku successfully ignores the rest of the world for all of 5 minutes before a tap on the shoulder has him jumping up and whipping around. It's just Shinso, and Izuku relaxes at the sight of him. Shinso gives him an apologetic look before raising his hands and signing. Sorry. It's okay. Shinso looks momentarily surprised that Izuku understands him and Izuku shoots him a grin as he reaches up to pull Hizashi's headphones off. A cacophony of noise meets his uncovered ears, and he winces when a particularly loud screech of Bakugus reaches them. Are those present mix? Shinso is staring at the headphones and Izuku really doesn't know how to explain their existence around his neck, so he just nods, and Shinso doesn't press him. Why are you sitting out, Shinso? All Might decided that since I'm new to the hero course that I should just watch today. He also wanted to give me extra time to catch up on hero work, even though I finished it all 3 days ago. I also don't have a partner to spar with. Shinso doesn't look upset, just mildly inconvenienced at being left out. Sorry. It's my fault you don't have a partner. It's fine, Midoriya. I've waited this long, I can handle one more day. Shinso gives him a look that tells him there's no point in arguing, so Izuku goes back to his analysis on his classmates' quirks for a few minutes before he speaks again. What about you, Midoriya? Izuku hesitates at that, wondering how much he should tell him. Shinso seems like he would be fine with him telling him that it's none of his business. It's a comforting thought. He also seems like he would be good at keeping secrets. Izuku decides to tell him the bare minimum for now. Well, I got hurt this weekend, so fighting like this is probably a bad idea. Aizawa-sensei also doesn't want all my talking to me right now. Shinsu's eyebrows rise a little at that, but he doesn't say anything else. Izuku is grateful. They spend the rest of the class in comfortable silence, and leave a few minutes before it's over, neither wanting to get caught up in the crowd that leaves the change room. It isn't until they're walking to the classroom beside each other that Shinso speaks up again. Hey Midoriya? Why do people keep calling you Deku? Izuku frowns before speaking, and decides to go with honesty. It's what my bullies used to call me in middle school. One of them goes here and they all heard him call me that before they even learned my name. I guess it kind of stuck. Why didn't you ask them to stop? I can tell you don't like it. Izuku frowns at that. If Shinso can tell, why can't his other friends? Oh, trust me, I've tried. Every time they say it, I think about how terrible that name felt in middle school. I've asked them to stick to Midoriya, but they just keep calling me Deku. It's really hard to hear my friends call me something I used to hear every time I got beat up. At least some of them go with Midoriya now, even if that name still causes him pain. At least it's not as bad as something that means useless. Well, that's stupid. They should respect your wishes and stop. Shinsu's blunt response leaves Izuku rooted to his spot as he makes his way into the classroom. Izuku follows suit when he hears the rest of his classmates coming down the hallway. Shoyuta is already in the classroom and Izuku gives him a small smile before settling in his seat, right before his classmates barge through the door. Their teacher starts speaking before the bell even rings, telling them they are picking hero names before Midnight saunters in to help them. Izuku's thought about hero names before, but could never find something suitable. There's just nothing with that much meaning to him. He briefly thinks about using Deku for a name, but disregards the idea just as quickly, his conversation with Shinso making him think about what a bad idea that is. Deku is not a name he wants to be attached to for the rest of his life. By the time the class starts presenting their names, Izuku's whiteboard is still blank, and he panics a little. They're coming up on him soon and he doesn't have anything. Izuku scribbles the first thing that comes to mind on his whiteboard and pauses. That's actually not a bad idea. Why didn't he think of that before? Soon Midnight is calling his name and he only hesitates for a second at the front before flipping his board around, revealing his name to the class. Janus. Several of his classmates look confused, so he decides a small explanation is in order. Janus is the Roman god of beginnings, choices, and doorways. I chose this name because UA was a new beginning for me. I've had to make a lot of decisions here that will shape my future as a hero. I don't doubt that I'll have many more to make. The class is silent as he makes his way back to his seat. Only one student remains, and Shinso flips his card around without a word. His chosen hero name, Hypnos. Izuku can't help but think it suits him. The end of day bell rings as Shinso is making his way back to his seat, and he stops in front of Izuku. I like your hero name. Izuku finds himself unable to speak at the sudden compliment, so he simply signs instead. Thank you. Izuku packs up quickly, ready to get away from all the questioning glances and to the safety of the teacher's lounge when Ida and Uraraka waltz up to his desk. Hey Deku. Let's walk together to the train station. I don't actually need to go there. Is someone picking you up? Something like that. Izuku can feel Shuta's eyes on him from the front of the classroom as they talk. Well then, we can wait with you until your ride comes. Maybe you can tell us what happened last weekend. Uraraka is really insistent on learning what happened. That's not necessary. Go catch your trains. Are you sure, Deku? Absolutely. With that they finally leave, and Izuku realizes all his other classmates are gone too. He places his head on his desk and groans, reveling in the silence of the room. He stays that way until a gentle hand is placed on his head. All right, problem child. Let's go find Zashi so we can head home. Izuku raises his head and gives Shoyuta a tired smile, ready to go back to the quiet apartment. He blindly follows Shoyuta back to the teacher's lounge where they find Hisashi, deep in conversation with Snipe. Hisashi gives them a wide smile and excuses himself before heading over. We all ready to go home? Shoyuta simply nods while Izuku stares at the hero. There's something different about his costume. Hisashi reaches up to scratch at his neck when he notices the staring. What's up, listener? Izuku pulls off his bag and digs through it before pulling out the headphones and giving them back to Hisashi with a smile. Thanks, listener. Let's go home. Izuku is quiet. Not the kind of quiet that Shoyuta has come to expect from the small kid either. Hisashi notices it too, and keeps shooting him worried glances over dinner. It looks like Shoyuta has to be the one to break the silence. So, Izuku, where did you learn sign language? Izuku tenses up at the question. Guess he picked the wrong conversation topic. People didn't like when I talked, so I learned so I could communicate. Turns out they didn't like that either. Sometimes I find it really hard to talk, so I use sign language instead. Izuku looks worried, like he thinks they'll be mad at him for this. You know, sign language is very useful for a hero to know. It means they can communicate plans without speaking and revealing their position. I never thought of it like that. Can you tell me what situations you find it hard to talk in? Izuku frowns, but answers him anyways. Sometimes I get really anxious and stressed out, and my throat just locks up. It happens when I'm around lots of new people, or if it gets really loud. I also can't speak when I'm really tired or sick or scared. That sounds a whole lot like selective mutism. Definitely not something his mother would have brought up to a doctor. If the kid's ever seen a doctor before he got to UA, hell, she's probably the cause of it. He'll have to bring it up to Recovery Girl next time he sees her. Shoyuta places a gentle hand on his kid's shoulder before speaking. It's okay, Izuku, we don't have to talk about this anymore. Thank you for telling me. He gets a small smile for that. Thank you. Izuku keeps his hands raised, as if he wants to keep going. You know you can ask us anything, right, kid? Izuku blushes before he moves his hands again. Why do you guys know sign language? Is it because of how useful it is for a hero to know? Shoyuta glances at his husband, wondering what he'll tell Izuku. Well, listener, I had a very tough time controlling my quirk, and by the time I had become almost completely deaf. I have hearing aids and they help a ton, but I didn't for a long time, and sometimes they get really annoying to wear. So sometimes when we're at home I'll take them off and rely on sign language to communicate with Sho. Zashi looks a little sentimental at that, the topic likely bringing up bad memories. From the look on his face, and seems like Izuku notices too. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel sad. I shouldn't have said that. Hisashi interrupts him before he can sign anything else. Hey listener, it's alright. It's important for you to know. If I ever take out my hearing aids and don't tell you, now you know that I just can't hear you instead of you thinking I'm ignoring you. Which I will never do. Izuku nods, still a little unsure. He wouldn't have told you if he didn't want to problem child. Izuku looks a little more sure of himself as he answers. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Thank you. Both of you. Not a problem. Hisashi and I will clean up. Why don't you go relax with the cats for a bit? Izuku simply nods as he gets up silently from the table, and Shoyuta only moves once he hears the kid's bedroom door shut behind him. Do you think something happened at school today? I'm not sure. The other kids were pretty insistent that he tell them what happened. He made it pretty clear he didn't want to talk about it, but some of them were still pretty pushy. It looks like Shinso stepped in though, so he might help ward off some of the questions. He hopes he does. He might have to have a talk with the class about invading each other's privacy either way. That's not good. He looked pretty tired too, Sho. And the selective mutism is something we'll have to bring up with Recovery Girl. Should is glad that Hisashi came to the same conclusion as him. It makes him feel a little less irrational. I think he's still in pain. We'll make sure he takes some painkillers before bed tonight and hope that helps him a little. And I'm already planning on it. By now the dishwasher is all loaded and the counters wiped clean, so they head to their room to change out of their hero gear before making their way over to the couch to turn on the evening news and work on some marking. Izuku emerges moments later, wearing Hizashi's radio sweater. It seems like you've lost all rights to that sweater, Hizashi. Shoyuta shoots him a cheeky grin when he gets an elbow to the side, and Izuku settles on the couch next to him, homework in hand. It isn't long before the cats join them, radio sitting on. The kid's textbook and meowing loudly for attention. Izuku smiles softly at that, and puts down his pencil to give her the attention she does not deserve. They sit there like that in the comfortable silence until Shoyuta feels a small weight settle against his shoulder. He looks down at Izuku and finds the kid half asleep against his arm, one hand buried in radio's fur. All right, problem child, I think it's time for bed. Izuku nods and gets up slowly, tiredly shuffling to his room. Shoyuta makes a stop in the kitchen for some painkillers before following. Take these. They'll help with the pain. Izuku complies and slumps over in bed, eyes drooping. Shoyuta gives him a small hair ruffle before leaving the room and rejoining Hizashi on the couch. His husband is finishing up the last of his marking when he sits next to him. Why are you so much better at marking than I am? Shoyuta eyes his large stack of paperwork that still needs to be done. Don't worry about it, Sho, I'll help you finish it tomorrow. With that, Hizashi is pulling him to his feet and to their bed, pulling him in close as they get settled. Shoyuta wakes up a little over 2 hours later when he hears a loud thump in the next room. Izuku's room. He extracts himself from Hizashi's grip and throws on a shirt that's laying on the floor before rushing to the kid's room, freezing in the doorway. Izuku is curled up, shivering on the hard floor, blankets and sweater abandoned. The thump must have been him falling from the bed. Izuku! He looks up from his position on the floor and the sight breaks Shuta's heart a little. He's clearly distraught, face covered in tears and snot as he tries to gain control of his breathing. There's fresh blood on the bandage that covers his right wrist, and he clutches it tightly in his other hand. Shoyuta approaches him slowly and crouches down in front of him, making no other moves. He hesitates a moment before speaking. Was it nightmares? A nod. Your mother? Another one. Want to tell me what happened? Izuku shakes his head, but speaks anyways. It was be back at the hospital. She was using her Q quirk and it hurt and then I woke up and it still hurt so I thought I was really back there and dash. Shuta's hand on his head stops him, and he dissolves into more tears. They stay like that for a few minutes before Izuku is uncurling and sitting up, looking exhausted and ready to fall back asleep. How about we go to the couch and I can take a look at that arm? Izuku doesn't answer, he simply stands and heads out to the hallway. Shoyuta follows him, taking a moment to grab the first aid kit from the bathroom. He finds the problem child sitting on the couch and he hardly reacts when Shoyuta sits down next to him, simply holds out his arm for him. He sets about slowly unwrapping the bindings and frowns at what he finds. A few of the stitches have popped and the wounds are practically radiating heat. Could mean the start of an infection. Shoyuta reaches up to feel the kid's forehead and frowns, finding it too warm for his liking, while Izuku leans into his cool touch, eyes closing. He pulls back his hand to stick a thermometer in Izuku's mouth and starts carefully cleaning the cuts before wrapping them back up securely. The thermometer is done by the time he is, and he frowns again at the display. 38. Not ideal, but nothing he can't deal with at home. He looks back up at Izuku and finds him staring at him. What is it? Are you W-ing? Shoyuta looks down at his shirt and blushes. He'd grabbed Zashi's shirt by mistake in his rush to get to Izuku's room. It's just Zashi's shirt. Grabbed it by mistake. Izuku gives him an odd look at that, but he decides not to dwell too much on it. Shoyuta packs up the first aid kit, leaving out a cold compress, and returns it to the bathroom, grabbing some ibuprofen on the way out before stopping in the kitchen for a glass of water. Eat these and drink this. Izuku accepts them wordlessly, shaking hands threatening to spill the water. He doesn't, and when Shoyuta pats the spot next to him he lays down, head resting by Shuta's legs. Shoyuta snaps the cold pack to activate the chemicals, and places it gingerly on Izuku's head. The kid sighs in relief once the coolness hits and is asleep soon after, Shoyuta following suit. Shoyuta wakes up again a few hours later to a light touch on his shoulder and blinks blearily up at his husband. "Everything alright, Sho? I got worried when you didn't come back to bed." Shoyuta doesn't answer him, just frowns down to where Izuku is, and is surprised to find out how much he moves in his sleep. He has moved from being flat on his back to curled up on his side, facing the back of the couch. His head is pillowed on Shuta's thigh, and he's got his arms wrapped around his middle. Shoyuta can feel where his hands are fisted on the back of his shirt. He smiles a little at the sight, wishing he could capture the moment. Hizashi, ever the mind reader, speaks up again. "I already took about 1,000,000 pictures. Now what's going on?" "He had a nightmare and I found him on the floor. Some of his stitches popped and it looks like he may be getting an infection. I plan on taking him to Recovery Girl before class." "Poor kid. You should get ready soon if you want to have enough time for her. You know how much she likes to talk." Zashi shoots him a wink and stands, heading back to their room. Shoyuta somehow manages to extract himself from the kid without waking him, and changes quickly into his hero costume before downing a mug of coffee. He stops by Izuku's room to grab his sweater and backpack before returning to the living room where Izuku is still curled up. It takes a few tries to wake him, but soon his eyes are sluggishly opening, and he's pushing himself into a seated position. "Put this on. We're heading out a bit early today. WH'd about my uniform?" The sentence is barely comprehensible, and Hizashi silently laughs from where he's standing behind the couch. "Don't worry about it, kid. It's not worth it today." Izuku manages to get the sweater over his head and tries to grab the matching yellow backpack, but Hizashi grabs it before he can. He lets out a little whine, but follows them out the door and to the car without a word. He nearly falls asleep on the way to UA, and they don't even make it through the parking lot before Shoyuta loses his patience. He walks back to the problem child and turns around in front of him before crouching down. "Get on. But Shoyuta. I see can walk. We won't make it inside by lunchtime if I let you walk." Izuku sputters begins him, but still wraps his arms around his neck and climbs on his back. Shoyuta stands and tucks his arms under the kid's legs, not nearly as off balance as he thought he would be at the extra weight. "Jesus, kid. You are way too light." "'S not my fault." It's said so quietly that Shoyuta almost doesn't hear it. He can feel Izuku nuzzling his warm face into the back of his neck as they walk, and he can feel every puff of air that leaves the kid's mouth. He can see Hizashi laughing out of the corner of his eye, and turns his head just in time to catch him take another picture. They pass by far too many heroes on their journey, and he knows the entire staff will hear about this by the time classes start. It doesn't take long to reach the infirmary carrying Izuku, and Recovery Girl simply sighs when she catches sight of them, and gestures towards the nearest bed. Shoyuta is careful as he puts the problem child down, and Izuku releases the death grip he had around his neck. He turns around and pulls up the right sleeve of Izuku's sweater before speaking. "I think his arm's getting infected. He woke up with a fever last night." He carefully doesn't mention the nightmare, and Izuku gives him a grateful look. Recovery Girl doesn't say anything, just pushes him aside and unravels the bandage. It most certainly is. These stitches were done poorly. They'll let anyone with a healing quirk be a doctor nowadays. "Looks like you at least did a good job cleaning it." She cleans his arm again before rewrapping it and turning to her desk to pull out some pills and hand them to Izuku. "These should help with the fever. They may make him more tired though, so I hope you're fine with him passing out in your class, Shoyuta." "Of course. There's one other thing we wanted to talk to you about. We believe he's got undiagnosed selective mutism. He has trouble speaking under specific circumstances and described it as his throat locking up and preventing him from talking." "Well, it sounds like you're right, Shoyuta. I'll add it to his file. I suggest you let him rest in the teacher's lounge for the remainder of time before class begins." She walks into her office and closes the door, dismissing them. "Well, Hizashi, I think it's your turn." "My turn to what?" His husband looks a little scared at that. Shoyuta just gestures to the problem child. "You get to carry him this time." Hizashi doesn't even answer, just hands Shoyuta his speaker to free up his neck and walks over to the bed to get the kid onto his back in the same fashion that Shoyuta did earlier. They walk in silence for a few minutes until Izuku decides to speak up, voice muffled by Zashi's jacket. "Hey Zashi." He sounds so tired, and it's surprising he hasn't fallen back asleep yet. "Ya kid. Test this chung around your neck." Noticed Sho, as 1-2. His words are slightly slurred, but they both get the point. Shuda's almost surprised the kid even noticed them. Almost. "Why don't you pull it out and see?" Hizashi's got the hint of a smile on his face, eager to see Izuku's reaction. He doesn't know why. The kid already knows they're married. Izuku tugs on the chain eagerly, pulling the chain out from where it's tucked into Zashi's shirt. Izuku smiles at the simple ring he finds. Wedding ring. Shoyuta bets the kid knew already. Izuku sounds more awake now, becoming more comprehensible with his interest. Hizashi nods in place of replying. "Why don't you wear it on your hand? We didn't want to risk breaking them. And it's nice to have something for ourselves that the world doesn't know about." Hizashi is smiling as he says this, and Izuku nods in reply, tucking his face closer to Zashi's neck. It's cute, and Shoyuta knows that he'll be a dead man if he doesn't capture the moment, so he does. Zashi is obsessed with pictures. They don't see a single person until they enter the teacher's lounge, and the only person in there is Ectoplasm, grumbling about some math problem. He doesn't even look up as they enter, just mutters a greeting and refocuses on his work. Shoyuta sinks down onto one of the couches and Hizashi crouches in front of it, intent on putting Izuku beside him. He manages to get him on the couch and makes to stand up, but the kid's arms are locked around his neck. Shoyuta huffs a laugh before leaning forwards to help his husband. He stands when he's freed, and Izuku immediately curls towards the next source of body heat, which happens to be Shoyuta. He glances down at the kid and finds him in almost the same position they woke up in this morning. "Wow Zashi. I think he's almost as clingy as you when you sleep." "Hey, I don't cling." Shoyuta just raises his brow, and Hizashi blushes before looking away. 20 minutes later finds Shoyuta working through his marking once again, one hand settled in Izuku's curls. A knock on the door makes him look up, but Zashi is already moving from his place on Izuku's other side to go and answer it. A mumbled conversation later, and Hizashi is moving back into the teacher's lounge, heading towards his desk. He's accompanied by a set of lighter footsteps that freeze when they pass in front of the couch. "Yes, Shinso? Did you need something from me?" No." Shoyuta looks up at the hesitance in his voice and finds the kid staring at Izuku, brows creased in concern. He raises a brow, daring Shinso to say something. He doesn't even look at Shoyuta, instead keeping his eyes on his kid. "He's just like a cat." Shoyuta fixes a glare on Shinso and he flinches, backing up a few paces. It looks like he wants to say something else, but before he can, Zashi returns to his side with papers clutched in his hand. "Here's your missing work, listener. Better get a move on. It's due in a few hours." Shinso gets a panicked look on his face at that, and scurries out of the teacher's lounge, barely sparing a glance behind him. Shoyuta wants to leave for class a few minutes earlier than usual, so he starts waking Izuku up a few minutes after Shinso leaves. It's not all that hard, and once he realizes the position he's in he jolts up and away from him, bashing right into Zashi who was back in his place on the couch. Izuku stammers out a quiet apology, face a deep crimson. Shoyuta just smirks while Hizashi laughs at the kid's embarrassment. He ends up practically dragging Izuku behind him on the trek to the classroom. He lightly pushes him into the room ahead of him and heads for his own desk, wanting to catch a quick nap before class starts and he has to deal with little demons all day. He makes sure Izuku gets to his desk before closing his eyes, settling down in his sleeping bag. Shinsu's first day in the hero course does not go as expected. He and Midoriya have spoken a few times over the weekend since the sports festival, and he's excited to finally be in class with his friend. It's his first time having a real one. He got concerned when Midoriya stopped answering his texts on Sunday, and now his friend is nowhere to be seen in class. He catches a few of his new classmates casting worried glances towards Midoriya's desk, so that means that no one knows where he is. Right when he's expecting Aizawa-sensei to walk into the classroom, Snipe does instead. Snipe-sensei? Where's Aizawa-sensei? Does it have to do with Deku-kun? Shinso thinks that's Uraraka speaking. Eraserhead will not be coming in today. As for Midoriya, don't worry about it. He doesn't give her a chance to answer before beginning class. Shinso can tell when he's annoyed because every time his hand drifts towards his gun before he stops himself. Shinso is relieved when Present Mike walks into their classroom. He doesn't want any more unpleasant surprises, and he actually likes the pro hero. He's glad he still gets to learn English from him, instead of being taught by a completely new set of teachers. He's been taught by the pros since the beginning of the year, so he's genuinely surprised when his phone rings and the man actually answers it. Show what's up? The little listener done his interview with Tsukachi. Shinso eavesdrops with the rest of the class, not even trying to pretend he's not like some of them are. Present Mick's face tightens with worry before he speaks again. Is everything okay? What happened to my listener? His listener? Who in the world could that be? I'm on my way, I just have to get midnight to cover my next class. I'll be no longer than 15 minutes. Their teacher is leaving? Any sense of normalcy Shinso was beginning to feel is gone now. Alright class, I've got to go. Ida, I need you to go to the teacher's lounge and get midnight to cover the rest of this class. Present Mike doesn't give anyone a chance to reply as he's leaving. Nobody misses the concerned glance he throws at Midoriya's seat. Tuesday comes and Shinso is worried that Midoriya won't show again. It's not until the last minute that he does, stumbling into the room right in front of their teacher. His friend has a dark bruise on his cheek and a wrapped-up arm, and his face pales even further when their classmates start asking him a ton of questions. The day passes mostly the way he had expected his first day to. It's concerning how pushy Midoriya's friends are being about the origin of his injuries when it's clear he doesn't want to talk about it. Finding him sitting out of hero studies and wearing Present Mix headphones is just the icing on the cake. Something very strange is going on here. He may have to refer to their resident conspiracy theorist. It's on Wednesday that Shinso thinks he might get some answers. He's at school early, as per usual, but needs to make a stop at the teacher's lounge in the hopes that Present Mike is there. He may have misplaced some homework that's due today. He knocks softly at the door and is relieved when the hero he's looking for opens it. Mike-sensei, I lost Monday's homework and am wondering if you have any more copies. Sure thing, listener. Come on in while I find the right stuff. Present Mick's voice is quieter than it usually is. Maybe it's because of how early it is? He follows Mike-sensei into the room and towards his desk, but he freezes at the sight on the couch. Aizawa-sensei is there, grading work, but that's not the surprising part. What's surprising is the hand he's got in Midoriya's hair. Midoriya, who is curled up on his side with his head on their teacher's thigh. What the F dash? Yes, Shinso? Did you need something from me? No. He avoids looking at his teacher and keeps staring at Midoriya. He's just like a cat. Shinso does look up then, and his teacher looks absolutely terrifying. And he's staring right at him. Shinso stumbles back a few paces, immediately regretting his comment. He goes to say something, anything, before Present Mike returns and saves him. Here's your missing work, listener. Better get a move on. It's due in a few hours. Shinso runs at that, needing to escape the teacher's lounge as quickly as possible. Shinso is not surprised that he's still the first one to homeroom, even with the pit stop at the teacher's lounge. What does surprise him is when Midoriya stumbles in with Aizawa-sensei a few minutes later, wearing a bright sweater that is not a part of the uniform and that he definitely did not take note of when Midoriya was curled up like a cat on their teacher. He looks absolutely terrible. Aizawa-sensei spares Shinso a glance and he shrinks a little in his seat as the man slips into his sleeping bag, returning his look to Midoriya. Shinso speaks when Midoriya is close enough to hear his quiet voice. Midoriya, are you okay? Instead of replying verbally, he raises shaking hands and signs. Had a bad night. Are you sick? It's just a fever. It'll be fine. Just a fever? Why is he even at school? Midoriya guesses his question before he can ask it. I can't be home alone, so I came to school where Tired Cat and Loud Cat can keep an eye on me. Tired Cat and Loud Cat? Who are they? Midoriya frowns before fingerspelling. Aizawa and Mike Sensei, well, he should have guessed that. It's painfully obvious now that he knows. The real question is, why does Midoriya have sign names like that for their teachers? Ida barges into the room before he can ask and veers straight for them. Midoriya, that is not a school-approved uniform. You should go change at once. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei will not approve. I don't care. Tired Cat is the one who told me to wear this. That startles a laugh out of Shinso, and Midoriya gives him a small smile while Ida just looks confused. Midoriya, I clearly don't understand what you are saying, so I ask that you use your words. Ida is doing these odd chopping motions as he speaks, so Shinso decides to annoy him even further. Engines sure looks annoyed. How long do you think it will take before he sicks Tired Cat on us? That gets a loud laugh out of Midoriya, and even he looks surprised at that. Ida looks like he is about to complain again when Bakugo shoves the door open, frowning at the group behind his desk. Midoriya shrinks back from him as he draws near, and Bakugo rolls his eyes as he takes his seat. Shinso notices Aizawa-sensei watching the interaction, but doesn't say anything. Midoriya, if you do not have a uniform, I have a spare shirt in my locker. We have enough time to grab it before class starts. Can you make him go away? Words are hard today. Izuku isn't looking at him as he signs, but glances at his hands when he taps the desk. Sure thing, baby. Izuku looks to his face at the sign name, eyes wide and confused. If Aizawa and Mike are Tired Cat and Loud Cat, then you are Baby Cat. Izuku nods and ducks his head, a light blush coating his cheeks. Ida, Midoriya says that Sensei is fine with his sweatshirt. Can we drop this now? Surely Sensei wouldn't be okay with this. This is a direct violation of the dress code, and even you should know by now that he's a stickler for rules. Ida. And that's Aizawa-sensei, rising from his sleeping bag. Sensei, I'm so sorry about Midoriya, sir. I was just about to make him change. Take your seat, Ida. Shinso doesn't think he's ever seen someone move so fast without using a quirk. Pretty soon after that, the rest of the class is joining them, many stopping to gawk at Midoriya as they enter. They shut their mouths pretty quickly when they notice the look Shinso gives them. Aizawa-sensei then pulls a move nobody would expect from him. He puts on a movie. It's still an educational one, something about the history of quirks, and the class is assigned an essay for after the movie, but Shinso is too busy watching Midoriya fall asleep to care. Sensei then pulls another move nobody expects. Instead of curling up in his sleeping bag, he sits, wide awake, and watches the class. Mostly Midoriya. Shinso catches his eye on one of his glance-arounds and takes a risk. Is Baby Cat okay? His teacher rises a brow at the name, but answers nonetheless. He'll be fine. I'll make sure of it. Reassured, Shinso returns his gaze to Midoriya, still sound asleep. Midoriya wakes up by the end of the PRD, bleary-eyed and confused. Aizawa-sensei calls Shinso up to his desk as the bell rings, and he knows this is it. He didn't pay attention, and now he's being kicked from the hero course on his third day. Don't worry about the essay, Shinso, I know you don't even know the topic. With that he's gone, and Shinso is left gaping at the open door. This must be opposite day. There is no way a teacher that strict would exempt him from an assignment. He's heard horror stories about him from his current class. The only explanation is Midoriya. Shinso turns towards the student in question and grimaces. He is surrounded by classmates wondering loudly about how he got away with wearing that sweater. Midoriya looks uncomfortable, leaning away and frowning at them. Can't they see that he doesn't want to talk? Shinso storms through the crowd and stands next to Midoriya, who looks at him gratefully. Uraraka had been in his face, going on about how cute the sweater is, and wondering how he got such a limited edition present Mike hoodie. Midoriya is signing at them, asking them to be quiet, but the only other person who would understand is Kuda, and he's avoiding the group like the plague. Smart guy. You think you guys could quiet down? You're making him uncomfortable. They look skeptical, but a glance at where Midoriya is now covering his ears to avoid their loud questions makes them comply. How do you know that? You can't speak for him. Tell him you're fine. And that's the usually soft-spoken Uraraka, looking put out that she's making her friend uncomfortable. I know sign language, and if you really looked at him instead of what he's wearing, you'd see that I'm right. What a bunch of idiots. Izuku giggles a little at that, and everyone looks over at him. I knew you could speak. Deku, tell him he's wrong. I can't. Please stop it. He looks frustrated at himself as Shinso translates what he signed. Come on, Midoriya. Yes, you can. More voices join the fray this time, and Shinso can tell they're going for supportive, but it's also making Izuku look a lot worse. He's shaking his head at them, but only the loud entrance of present Mike gets them to stop. Thank God for Loud Cat. Izuku just nods in agreement, looking worse than he had when he had entered the classroom. Izuku somehow manages to stay awake during present Mick's lecture, but it looks like he's dreading lunch hour. Shinso is tapping his shoulder as soon as the bell rings. Wanna hang out for lunch? I can show you my favorite place to hide. Izuku nods in agreement, and they pack up quickly, heading towards present Mike. I am hiding with Purple Cat for lunch. Alright, just text me or show if you start feeling any worse. Show. That's the same name he mentioned when he answered the phone. Shinso has so many questions. I'll take good care of Baby Cat. That earns a loud laugh out of their teacher before he waves them off, and Izuku shoots him a half-hearted glare. Not funny. Now that's all they're going to call me. Come on, it could have been so much worse. I could have called you Broccoli Head or something. That earns him a laugh, and Shinso smiles to himself as he steers his friend out the front doors of the school, taking a sharp right and walking along the wall. They reach their destination fairly quickly, a little alcove in the wall hidden by trees, and Midoriya's eyes light up when he sees it. From there they can be perfectly hidden and no one will be able to find them. Other than Nizu, of course. It only takes a few minutes of silence for Shinso to crack under the weight of his questions. He chooses the one that's least likely to upset Midoriya. So, what's your connection to our teachers? Midoriya stares at him with a small frown and he wonders if he picked the wrong question. My mother has been abusing me for a long time, but it got a lot worse this weekend. I called Tired Cat for help and they saved me. Now I live with them. And while that is not what he was expecting, Shinso suspects there's a lot more to the story than that, but he won't press. That's already more than he expected to learn. He decides to focus on the less serious part of that sentence. Them? As in Eraserhead and Present Mike? They're together. Is Aizawa a sensei the show that Mike keeps on mentioning? And now Midoriya looks mortified at having outed his guardians? I did not mean to say that. Or sign that. Please don't tell anyone. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Midoriya gives a relieved sigh and returns to his lunch. He tugs at his sleeve to get his attention and signs again a few minutes later. Hey Shinso, were you ever bullied for your quirk? That's not what he expected, but he might as well be honest. Midoriya looks nervous as he waits for his answer. I was. But you couldn't have possibly been with that powerful quirk of yours. Midoriya looks a little upset at that, but Shinso can't fathom as to why. Can you keep a secret? Shinso nods in place of an answer. I was bullied a lot. Kids would chase me down and beat me up. They started telling me to kill myself in second year of middle school. Midoriya pauses to compose himself a little before he continues. Why in the world would somebody bully him? Midoriya continues before he can ask the question. It's because I was quirkless. I didn't get my quirk until the day of the entrance exam. And that explains so much. Shinso knows there's got to be more to how he got his quirk, but in front of him Midoriya is getting more worked up, probably worried that he thinks he's lying. He places a hand on his friend's shoulder and doesn't miss the way he flinches back. Midoriya, I believe you. Have you told Aizawa-sensei about all of this? He knows most of it. I accidentally told him when he rescued me. I know we need to talk about it more, but I think he doesn't want to pressure me. I'm grateful for that. Midoriya is calmer now, and Shinsu's head is reeling. There is so much more to this kid than he thought, and he's wondering how much he doesn't know. Probably a lot. He decides a change of topic is due, as it's nearing the end of lunch, and he doesn't want Midoriya even more upset than he already is. Hey, are you sitting out again during hero studies? You probably shouldn't participate if you're sick. I am sleeping in the teacher's lounge. Tired Cat's orders. Alright, I'll walk you there. Shinso gets up and leaves the alcove, Midoriya scrambling to catch up behind him. A tug on his sleeve gets his attention. I don't think walking me there involves me chasing you. Midoriya doesn't look mad, but he's got a small frown on his face, so Shinso slows his pace a little. By the time they make it to the lounge, the bell for end of lunch has already rung. Shinso didn't think it would take them that long to get there, but he also didn't consider the fact that Midoriya is sick and is walking much slower than he normally would. Jesus, how has he been getting places on time? Has someone been carrying him around? It's hard to imagine the Eraserhead carrying Midoriya around like a small child. It's Aizawa-sensei who opens the door when they knock, and he gestures the both of them into the lounge. Midoriya immediately flops down onto one of the couches, while Shinso just stands there awkwardly, feeling out of place. Their teacher shoves a slip of paper at him, startling him out of his thoughts. He just stares at it. Sensei sighs and shows it more aggressively until he grabs it. It's just a late slip, Shinso. Now get to class. Shinso all but runs out to the hallway, and then full-on sprints to the classroom for a lecture from All Might. Class is in full swing when he gets there, but All Might doesn't say a word as he hands him the slip of paper, simply gesturing for him to sit down while continuing the lesson. He does, however, receive several glares from his new classmates, but he simply counters with one of his own. Shinso tries to focus on the lecture, to take good enough notes for his friend to copy, but by the time the lesson is over, all he has written down are a few merger things related to battle tactics. Midoriya slips into the room as the bell rings, hardly sparing All Might a glance. He gives Shinso a small smile as he slides into his seat, looking much better than he had before lunch. Aizawa-sensei slips into the room moments later and starts class before the bell has a chance to go off. Internships. As you know, many pro heroes were present at the sports festival. They all attend in the hopes of finding future heroes to attract to their agencies. To do this, they offer internships to the ones they are interested in. This is what you'll be picking today. If you weren't offered any, then I have a list of open offers you can pick from. He hands out the stacks quickly. Some students got huge piles, while others got only a few pieces of paper. Midoriya turns to him with his own stack as soon as Aizawa-sensei is zipped up in his sleeping bag. Have you picked someone yet? Midoriya, we've had these for less than 20 seconds. I haven't even looked at the first name on my list. I'll help you look. Don't you have your own forms to look through? Nope, I already know who I'm going with. I'll look through these later to see who was interested in me. Who did you pick? I'm going with Loudcat. He's going to help me learn better control over my quirk. No surprises there. He should have known that Midoriya would pick one of their teachers. Alright, you can help me. But only a little. Midoriya grins at him before scooting closer to take a look at the first hero on the list. Best Genist. Interesting offer, but not his first pick. He scans through the list slowly, not recognizing many of the names. Midoriya taps his arm and points to the fourth name on his list. Gunhead. The name is vaguely familiar, but Shinso doesn't know anything about the hero. He created his own fighting style, Gunhead martial arts, and it's meant for close combat fighting and defending against different weapons. I heard that he teaches all his interns the basics of the fighting style. Of course Midoriya knows this. Sounds good to me. They spend the rest of class going over their English work together while listening to their classmates argue about which hero is best for an internship. After waving goodbye to Midoriya, Shinso starts his short walk home. His mom greets him at the door with a hug and a finger to the lips, a sign that his younger sister is napping, which is no easy feat. Shinso passes by his father in the living room as he passes through to his room, where he shuts the door and flops on his bed, completely done with the day. Thursday morning sees Izuku drifting out of his room after a full night's sleep. He's feeling well rested and only slightly ill, doing much better than he was yesterday. He is determined to participate in all of his classes today, even if it means having to interact with All Might. He dresses in his uniform quickly after Shoyuta takes another look at his arm, finding the infection mostly cleared up. Hisashi helps him with his tie again before they're off, and Izuku hopes that Shinso is already in class again. He'd helped him out so much yesterday when his classmates were bothering him, he only hoped he could do the same today. He told him so much yesterday and is a little worried that Shinso won't want to be his friend anymore. Izuku has a feeling that his classmates' questions aren't over with, and he could use all the help he can get avoiding them. Midoriya. I am glad to see you in a full uniform today. Ida is the only one in here, and Izuku prays that he doesn't want to talk. Thanks, Ida. The other boy opens his mouth as if to say something, but he seems to change his mind as he shuts his mouth just as quickly. Izuku sits down and sighs in relief when Ida simply nods and returns to his work. Shinso walks in next, slumping in his chair as he opens his mouth to speak, but he closes it just as quickly, eyes trained on something behind Izuku. He turns around just as Uraraka arrives at his desk. Hey Deku-kun. I'm so sorry about being so pushy yesterday. But you have to understand that we are all worried about you. How about I take you for coffee after school as an apology? He appreciates that she's apologizing. It's actually quite thoughtful of her, but Izuku really doesn't want to hang out after school. He's got enough on his mind as it is without worrying about what she wants to say to him. Although now that she's brought it up he's going to worry either way. Sorry Uraraka. I have plans after school. Hopefully that will be enough to dissuade her. Aw, can't you reschedule, Deku? It's important. Apparently not. Sorry, I can't. She looks like she's going to argue more, but she glances behind him, and whatever she sees makes her turn around and leave. Izuku turns to look at Shinso, but he just grins at him and gestures to the front of their class, where Shoyuta has just arrived. Alright class, you need to hand in your internship decisions by the end of the day so they can be informed and you can leave for the respective locations on Sunday. Those of you staying in town will simply meet your pros at their preferred location, while those of you leaving will need to figure out which trains you will be taking and let us know. The cost will be covered by the school as this counts as a school-sanctioned field trip. Anyone with a completed form may hand them in now. He holds his hand out expectantly, and Izuku is the first one to the front, placing the form in his guardian's hand with a small smile before rushing back to his seat. Izuku is pleased to see that most of his classmates are also handing in their forms, and Shoyuta starts his lecture as soon as Todoroki is back in his seat. Izuku keeps up with his first two classes much better than yesterday. He actually stays conscious for one, and he even manages to take detailed notes on the topics. He doesn't even notice that the lunch bell rings until Shinso is tapping him on the shoulder, an amused look on his. Cafeteria today? I didn't bring a lunch. Sure, Shinso. Sounds good. And it does. Izuku thinks that nothing sounds better than a normal lunch with his friends. The normality lasts all the way until the last 15 minutes of the lunch PRD when Uraraka taps his shoulder, looking nervous. Can we talk, Deku? Goodbye, good mood. He has a feeling that this isn't going to go well. Sure, Uraraka. Lead the way. Izuku follows her out of the loud cafeteria and down a few hallways until they find an empty one, and she stops. Listen, Deku. I just wanted to apologize further. I was being totally uncool. I was being so pushy when asking about your injuries. And I plan on chatting with Ida about it too. I'm so sorry. Will you ever forgive me? Oh, of course, Uraraka. I was just upset because it's so personal, but you apologizing means a lot. Uraraka looks like she's about to hug him, but something changes her mind and she turns away, heading back towards the cafeteria. He follows at a much slower pace, retaking his seat next to Shinso when he finally arrives. What was that all about? Shinso looks mildly concerned as he asks the question. She apologized again. Seemed like she felt bad. Shinso's eyebrows shoot up, but the bell saves Izuku from having to discuss it more. When they arrive in the gym after changing into their hero costumes, Uraraka is already there, and she just shoots them one of her regular smiles before returning to her conversation with Azui. Any strangeness from the past couple days is gone. It seems like their friendship is slowly going back to normal. All Might's arrival drags him out of his thoughts and he tunes in just in time to hear what his plans are for the class. They're doing battle trials again. Just like their first class with All Might. Izuku ends up teamed up with Kirishima as villains against Ishido and Kaminari as the heroes. They're given a few minutes to set up and strategies before the heroes can come in the building. Does Kaminari's electricity affect your hardening? No, why? Kirishima is giving him a suspicious look. We need to make sure he goes after you. He'll try to stop you using his electricity. If you can hold out long enough, he'll up the voltage and won't be able to stand it himself. Then you can tie him up and come help me with Ishido. I plan on distracting her long enough for either you to finish your part or for the timer to hit 0. Sounds good enough to me. Bomb going on the top floor? Yeah, how'd you know? Kirishima gives him a shark-like smile at that. Lucky guess. They act out their plan perfectly, Kaminari and Ishido acting just as they predicted they would. Aside from a few scrapes and bruises he got while distracting Ishido, they make it out on top, scoring the only villain victory of the day. Izuku is just leaving the changing room with Kirishima, discussing their trial excitedly when a loud voice interrupts them. Young Midoriya, could I have a moment to speak with you? He does not need this today. Or any day. Didn't show you to tell him not to speak to him? I have to get to C class All Might. Nonsense. I'm sure young Kirishima can tell Aizawa where you are. Kirishima gives him a thoughtful frown before looking to the hero in front of them. Of course I can, All Might. Good luck, Midoriya. With that, Kirishima is gone, leaving Izuku alone with the number 1 hero. The only thought that crosses his mind is how sad Shuta's going to be when he hears about this. Izuku follows All Might silently into one of the more secluded meeting rooms. As soon as the door shuts behind them, All Might is deflating into his skeletal form before taking a seat on the couch and patting the spot next to him. Izuku takes a seat in the chair across from him, and he winces at the hurt look on All Might's face. Listen, Midoriya. I need to apologize for the incident at the hospital. I should have read the rest of Aizawa's email, and I should have realized you did not want to be left alone with your mother. I hope you can forgive me for my actions. If not, I completely understand and won't push it. Izuku just nods, lost for words. It's definitely surprising that he's apologizing. It means a lot to Izuku, even if he can't forgive the hero yet. There's another thing I wanted to talk to you about. Internships. Why do you want to talk about internships? I've already chosen who I'm going with. And he's not changing his mind. Even if All Might offers himself up to train him with his quirk more. Please, young Midoriya. I ask that you rethink that decision. I have an old friend that can help you with your quirk. Gran Torino. He's the one who helped me with One for All. It would make sense to go with this hero that trained All Might. He could be a lot of help with his quirk since he's already taught someone how to use it, but Izuku feels a lot better with his decision than with someone All Might suggested. He's never even heard of this Gran Torino. And Izuku knows a lot about heroes. Sorry, All Might, I'm going with Present Mike. Now All Might just looks confused. Why him? He has experience dealing with a self-harming quirk, and now that he knows the truth about my quirk he can dash. You told him? I told you to keep it a secret. Izuku didn't think All Might could look this scary without being powered up. He never thought he'd have to see this amount of anger directed at him from someone who isn't his mother. You have people who know, I like Tsukachi, and I really trust Present Mike and Aizawa-sensei, so I each thought dash. You told Aizawa too? What a mess. Young Midoriya, you thought wrong. This was not your secret to tell, and now we have to deal with 2 more people knowing the truth. All Might runs a frustrated hand down his face. Why is this such a big deal? Isn't it though? Izuku's voice may be quiet, but he is not letting this go. What? All Might looks confused, as though he didn't expect Izuku to fight for himself. Isn't it my secret to tell? It's my quirk now, and my teachers need to know the truth so they can help me. It seems like All Might hadn't thought of that. He just stands there, staring at Izuku for a long while before he has enough with the silence. Sorry, All Might. I should get to class. And he's out the door, trying to remember how to get back to his class from this unexplored part of the school. It takes a few wrong turns, but eventually he makes it to the classroom, over 30 minutes late. He can feel everyone's eyes on him as he shuffles to his desk, but he keeps his eyes trained on the floor. He only looks up once he's seated and finds Shuta's eyes on him. Tell you later. The simple signs seem to be enough to appease the teacher, and Izuku focuses on his notes when class continues on. They don't talk about it after class, nor when they meet Hizashi for the drive home. As soon as they arrive, Izuku is marching to his room to change out of his restrictive uniform before throwing himself down face first onto the couch. He's so tired. He knows he needs to tell Shoyuta about this, but he's afraid that he'll get mad at him. Alright, let's talk about this before Zashi has to go to the radio station. Izuku glances up to find Shoyuta standing over him, a frown on his face. Izuku sits up on the couch, and the pros take a seat on either side of him. Sho said All Might pulled you aside? What did he want? He apologized for the hospital. Shoyuta gives him a look at that. I know that's not what has you so upset. He also wanted to talk about internships. Said he had the perfect hero for me. It's a hero I've never even heard of. Aya said I already picked a hero, B, but he told me to reconsider. B, because this Gran Torino is the one who taught him how to use his quirk. IT told him how present Mike could help and that you guys know about One for All. Izuku doesn't know how to read the looks on his guardians' faces. I'm guessing he didn't like that. He got mad and it was so scary. I've only ever seen him look like that with villains. He told me that it wasn't my secret to share. I told him it is, B, because it's my quirk now, B, but he was still upset about me telling when I left. I don't get why he was so mad. You guys will help me more than he ever did. All his advice was pretty stupid. There's only a few seconds of silence before Hizashi speaks. Well, All Might's an a-hole. Shoyuta simply nods and Izuku laughs at that, sour mood improving at the bluntness of his teachers. Anyways, I've got to head out, listeners. See you in the morning. Hizashi stands, before leaning down and giving Shoyuta a kiss on the cheek. He ruffles Izuku's hair and drops a kiss to his temple before he's running out the door, gone before Izuku can process what happened. Nobody's done something so familial since before he was diagnosed as quirkless. His parents used to be so loving before his father left and his mother changed into something malicious. He can't even remember the last time somebody hugged him before his heroes saved him. It's nice to have someone like that again. Izuku feels an unfamiliar warmth bloom in his chest. That feeling comes to a sudden halt as he remembers his thoughts from before. Hey Shoyuta, are you mad at me? Well, he did not mean to say that now. Shoyuta gives him a funny look before answering. Why in the world would I be mad at you? You've done nothing wrong. It's just that you didn't want me to talk to All Might and I still did. I should have just told him not to talk to me. Or run away or something. Izuku. He cornered you in front of your classmate. Kirishima told me you looked a little uncomfortable but that he didn't want to make things worse for you by mentioning it. I know you tried to come to class but he made you talk to him anyways. I'll say this until it enters that thick skull of yours. You did nothing wrong. Got it, kiddo? Izuku nods, a little lost for words. Alright, problem child, how about we order in? We all know Zashi is the cook of the family. Izuku laughs as Shoyuta ruffles his hair and stands, heading towards the kitchen for his phone so he can order them something. The warmth from before only grows at that. And Izuku has a thought once Shoyuta returns to the couch and radio settles on his lap. This warmth he feels? This is what it feels like to be loved. Izuku goes to bed that night with a smile still on his face, and for once, dreams of nothing. Shoyuta is halfway through his second cup of coffee when Izuku waltzes into the kitchen, smile from last night still plastered on his face. His kid looks content as wanders through the kitchen, making himself a small breakfast. Shoyuta and Hizashi both want to turn this into an adoption at some point. Hopefully soon. The problem child is the perfect fit for their little family. They can't bring it up yet though. Their kid's gone through something terrible, has been going through it for most of his life. This isn't something they can rush. But this is their kid now, and nothing can change that. Hurry up and get dressed, we have to leave early. I have an idiot to yell at. Izuku nearly spits out his drink at that, and Shoyuta grins. What about Hizashi? Isn't he usually up by now? Izuku looks mildly concerned. It's adorable how much he cares for his husband. He had to cover for another host when his shift was over last night. I was just going to throw a cat on him to wake him up, but now I've got a much better idea. Shoyuta gives him what he knows is one of his scary grins, And Izuku must be following his line of thinking, because he gets up from the table and turns to run to his room. Unfortunately for the kid, Shoyuta is much faster and hauls him over his shoulder before he can get away. I think this is a bad idea. Nope, it will be funny. Izuku slumps at that, resigned to his fate as replacement cat. Shoyuta opens his door as silently as he can and creeps over to the Hizashi-sized lump on the bed. He unceremoniously tosses Izuku onto his husband and covers his ears as he backs away grinning. Oh! Hizashi wakes up screaming, not expecting the weight of a teenager thrown on top of him. Izuku frantically covers his ears from his spot on the pro hero and Shoyuta takes pity on him, laughing as he uses his quirk to shut his husband up. Thank God they've got soundproofed walls. Hizashi finally realizes who he threw on him when his quirk disappears. He slumps down with a defeated sigh. Shoo, that wasn't very nice. Maybe not, but it was effing funny. Hizashi lets out an outraged gasp at that, and Izuku bursts out laughing at his antics. No swearing around the baby. It's Izuku's turn to look dramatically outraged at Hizashi's comment as he shoves a pillow on his face. Shoyuta smiles at the scene and pulls his phone out to snap a picture before interrupting them. He pulls Izuku off of Zashi before speaking. Alright, you big babies. Time to get ready for school. He and Hizashi can only watch fondly as Izuku scrambles back to his room to throw his uniform on. They get to school an hour before class is supposed to start, so they all head to the teacher's lounge. Izuku has an aversion to being in class that early. Shoyuta paces impatiently in front of the couch Izuku is sitting on as he waits for All Might to arrive. 20 minutes later he does, and Shoyuta doesn't give him a chance to say anything before he's turning him around and shoving him towards the nearest private meeting room. All Might is smart enough to at least look guilty as he sits under Shuta's glare, waiting for him to say something. Are you an idiot? Aizawa, please. I had to talk to him. You did so when I explicitly asked you not to? When he clearly did not want to talk to you? Well, yes, but it was important. He didn't refuse that much. Any refusal should be enough, All Might. He appreciates you apologizing for the hospital. What he didn't appreciate is you telling him to pick some hero that he's never heard of over someone who he knows can help him with his quirk. He told you about that? When would he have the time to do that? Oh my God. Where exactly do you think he's been living? All Might looks shocked at that, and Shoyuta can't help but to roll his eyes. Well, I assumed he was placed in an orphanage. Like Shoyuta would ever let that happen. You didn't notice that he comes to and leaves school every day with me and Present Mike? Well, yes, but I just thought you took pity on him and decided to give him rides to alleviate some sort of guilt. God, he lives with us, you idiot. Has been since he was released from the hospital. He told us everything you said to him last night. All Might looks slightly mortified at that. He told us how scared he was when you got mad at him. When you yelled at him for spilling your secret. A secret he shouldn't have to keep. You forced him to keep a secret when you had people you told. People he doesn't even know. That have knowledge of how he got his quirk. You should have at least told me at the start of the year. As his homeroom teacher, I could have helped him. Actually taught him something instead of whatever you've done that makes him break a bone every time he uses his quirk. All Might is standing now, holding his hands up in the hopes of protecting himself. Aizawa, you don't understand. You know nothing of the danger of more people knowing. Young Midoriya made a mistake in telling you. It's much safer for the both of us with less people in the know. With All for One still out there, it's dash. All for One? Is this some big enemy of yours? Whose new target is now a 15-year-old child. Is this something you've told Izuku? Well, I haven't had the chance to tell him yet. There's no guarantee that All for One will even go after him. I don't want to scare him. Jesus. Newsflash, All Might. You've already scared him. I'll tell him myself if I have to. You should have already told him that he now has a mortal enemy. Probably should have warned him before you passed on your quirk. Aizawa, you can't. All Might looks desperate, and if it were any other situation, Shoyuta would have laughed. Just try and stop me. All Might doesn't move as he leaves the room, and he takes the win. He is going to make All Might tell Izuku everything. He needs to be prepared. It's already almost time for class to begin when Shoyuta leaves his meeting with All Might, so he heads straight for his classroom. Most of his students are already there, thankfully not all crowded around Izuku's desk this time. Only Kirishima is there, and Shoyuta shamelessly listens in on the conversation. Listen, Midoriya. I'm sorry I left you behind yesterday. I could tell how uncomfortable you were, but I didn't do anything. I'm also sorry about how everyone's been bothering you. I'll try to dissuade them as much as I can for you. It's okay, Kirishima. I appreciate that you told Aizawa-sensei why you noticed. And you don't have to worry about the others. They're not our responsibility. Izuku looks relaxed, and Aizawa smiles to himself beneath his scarf as the last of his students scramble in just as the bell rings. Shoyuta sighs as he begins his lecture. This is going to be a long day. Shoyuta was right. The day was long and horrible. And it's only going to get worse. He asked All Might at lunch to meet with them after school and tell them about All for One. Now they're sitting on a couch in the teacher's lounge, Izuku sandwiched in between him and Zashi, waiting for the hero to arrive. He gets there exactly when he said he would, and sits down across from the trio. He speaks without prompting. All for One is a villain who has lived since the beginning of quirks. His power is the ability to take and give quirks as he wills. The first holder of One for All was his brother, whom was thought to be quirkiness until his brother gave him a stockpiling quirk. One for All realized he could pass on his quirk, and that it would get stronger each time. This can't be going anywhere good. Shoyuta glances at Zashi and finds a small frown on his face. All for One used his quirk to gain power, and he and his brother became enemies. We believe that he stole a life force quirk along the way, and that's why he's still alive. He has killed everyone for All holder before me. Shoyuta can feel the way Izuku tenses beside him on the couch. He places a comforting hand on his shoulder as All Might continues. He's the one that critically injured me and limited my quirk usage. He hasn't been seen since our fight years ago, but we never found his body, so we believe he's still alive. That's very concerning. His kid possibly has a mortal enemy. It seems as though All Might has one more thing to add. Although his quirk is the power to give and take them as he pleases, he has never been able to take One for All. Izuku relaxes a little at that, but Shoyuta knows that's not the end of it. We fear he may find a way around that. As you know, young Midoriya, One for All cannot be taken by force. It can only be given if you are willing. All for One knows this. But the way he was coming after me a few years ago made us think that he found a way around it. And if he has, he will do everything in his power to take yours from you. All Might gets his explanation over with quickly. He seems eager to leave the room. Why didn't you tell me before giving me your quirk? Izuku's got tears in his eyes as he looks up at the number one hero. Would that have made a difference in your decision? I don't know. How could I know if I didn't know? I would have at least thought about it more if why you warned me about the danger. Izuku is full out sobbing now, tearing at his hair as he cries. Shoyuta watches as Zashi gently removes his hands from his curls before pulling him into a tight hug. I think I'll take my leave now. Good day, young Midoriya. All Might walks out and Shoyuta turns his attention to his husband and kid. Hizashi is looking lost as Midoriya's sobs get worse. Shoyuta crouches down in front of them before gently placing his hands on Izuku's cheeks, forcing him to look at him. Izuku, you need to calm down. You'll send yourself into a panic attack if you don't. Izuku nods, trying to take deep breaths. Hizashi exaggerates his own from next to him, and that definitely helps calm their kid down. Shoyuta gives his husband a grateful smile. Good job, Izuku. Just keep breathing like that and then dash. Shuta's phone interrupts him, and he glares at the device before answering. Eraser head. Aizawa. Glad I caught you. What are you doing right now? We're about to head home. Why? I need you guys to come to the station. It has to do with the Midoriya case. Can't this wait? Izuku's had a tough day. He needs a break. The kid looks up at his name, a confused look on his face as he tries to stop the crying. I'm afraid not. His mother refuses to confess to anything, saying she'll only speak if he's in the room. What's worse is the lawyer she got. He's the kind of guy who would call an abused kid to the stand and try to rip them apart. He won't be satisfied with the statement I took, even with a pro-hero witness. If she talks, we won't have to worry about going to court. Give me a minute. He mutes the phone and turns to his family with a frown on his face. We've got a problem. Tsukachi says Inko will only talk if the kid's there. And we need her to talk if we want to keep you off the stand, kid. If you don't want to go, I get it. I'll do everything in my power to keep you off that stand. I don't have to talk to her, right? She just has to see me. That's what it sounds like, kid. You can still say no. Seeing her won't be good for you. It's going to make a shitty day even shittier. I'll do it. I just want this over. Shoyuta nods at him and unmutes his phone before telling Tsukachi that they're on their way. It's almost 40 minutes later that they're leading a silent Izuku into the station. Tsukachi meets them at the desk and signs them in before leading them to the interrogation rooms. He stops in front of the door and turns to face them. Izuku, you don't have to say anything to her. Do your best to avoid listening to what she's saying. She'll probably say a lot of things just to hurt you. If you get uncomfortable or scared, just tell me and we'll stop the whole thing. I don't want you suffering even more because of her. Izuku nods at the detective in lieu of answering. Shoyuta gives him a grateful smile before speaking. I'm going in with him. He leaves no room for refusal. Tsukachi simply nods his approval and Hizashi turns to Izuku before they're led in. I'll be listening from the other room. Okay, listener. Izuku nods up at him, and Zashi pulls him in for a quick hug before they're being gestured into the room. Midoriya Inko glares at him from where she sits handcuffed to the table. Her lawyer is sitting next to her, and he's got his sleazy eyes on Izuku. Like a predator watching their prey. Shoyuta has the urge to get his kid as far away from the man as he can. Shoyuta and Izuku take seats across from them, while Tsukachi leans against the wall. Deku, sweetheart. I've missed you so much. I can't believe these bad men are keeping me away from you. They better be treating you right. My little boy deserves the best. Her smile is sickly sweet as she stares at Izuku. Ms. Midoriya. We've brought him here, so you better start talking or he leaves right now. Inko frowns at Tsukachi and sighs. Alright. I suppose a deal is a deal. She begins a tale of woe. How her husband left them when he was diagnosed as quirkless, and how everything she did was out of love. Her tale falls apart quickly when she started describing every way she abused Izuku, down to the details of her attack almost a week ago. She's smiling, clearly enjoying what she's putting Izuku through. What she's put him through his entire life. Poor Izuku shrinks down further in his chair at every insult, and he's got a constant stream of tears running down his face. All right, Ms. Midoriya. We will send off a tape of your confession to a judge so they can decide your sentence. Eraserhead, you guys can go. What? He can't leave me. You can't keep him away from me. Inko is jumping from her chair, pulling on her cuffs to get to Izuku. Shoyuta gently grabs his arm and guides him from the room, meeting a tearful Hizashi in the hallway. He crushes Izuku in a hug before leading him to the car. Shoyuta climbs into the back seat with his problem child and comforts him the whole way home. Once they're home, he's guiding Izuku onto the couch while Zashi fetches the cats. He tucks their son under the comfiest blanket they own as he waits for his husband to return, and watches with a heavy heart as Izuku curls up as small as he can. They can only offer small reassurances and gentle touches as comfort while Izuku drifts off to sleep. Izuku is tired. Tired of the feelings his mom dredges up. He'd thought that he'd never have to see her again, but of course she found a way to get one last jab in. It hurt, sitting there and taking all the insults she threw at him with Shoyuta next to him and Hizashi in the next room. So Izuku is tired and hurt and scared. The talk with All Might seemed like a vacation compared to his mother's words, but she hurt him in the past, and the memories will hurt him for a long time, while All for One will hurt him in the future. Of that he has no doubt. Izuku feels like he's cried all he can by the time they make it home. It's nearing 7 o'clock, but Izuku doesn't think he could eat if he wanted to. So he lets himself be guided onto the couch and curls up under the blanket that Shoyuta throws on him, trying to think of absolutely nothing. Tries not to think as Hizashi and Shoyuta sit on either side of him, comforting but not overwhelming. A gentle hand in his hair, and a soothing one on his back are the last things he's aware of before he falls asleep. Izuku wakes up on Saturday curled up on the couch, still in his school uniform. He gets up, hardly aware of his surroundings, and makes his way to the kitchen, where he can hear his guardians talking in hushed voices. A glance at the clock as he sits down at the table tells him that it's only 9 a.m., but that means that Izuku got over 12 hours of uninterrupted, nightmare-free sleep. He can't help but think Shoyuta and Hizashi's proximity helped with that. That, and the fact that he must have been more exhausted than he'd originally thought. He looks up and gives Hizashi a small smile as he sets a plate of food in front of him, and receives a head pat in return. It's not until Izuku is finished his breakfast that anyone speaks. "Hey listener. Sho and I have got to go out shopping. You want to come with or just hang here with the cats? You could always watch a movie or something." Izuku doesn't think he could bear to be away from them right now. Not after all he went through yesterday. Sitting alone with nothing but his thoughts and the cats to keep him company is the worst idea he can think of right now. "Go with." "Sounds good, buddy. Go and get dressed so we can head out." Hizashi gives him a smile as he wanders out of the kitchen. A glance out his window tells him it's going to be a cold day, so he opts for his favorite present Mike hoodie and a simple pair of jeans. He brushes his teeth quickly, not wanting to make the heroes wait too long. His guardians are wearing things awfully similar to their hero costumes, just lazier and comfier looking. It's not much of a surprise really. They head to a grocery store that Izuku has never heard of, and Hizashi scans his hero license before they enter. He tugs on Shuta's sleeve to get his attention as Hizashi grabs a basket. Heroes only? Heroes and important figures. And rich people. A lot of the more recognizable heroes like Zashi don't want to be bothered on their days off, so they come here where everyone else is after the same thing. Izuku nods at the answer. That lowers the chance of seeing someone he knows significantly. Most of his classmates don't have hero parents, only a few like Todoroki and Ida do. He wanders a bit behind his guardians, taking everything in and only really paying attention when they ask him something. It's in his gazing that he catches sight of him and stops in his tracks, unaware that Hizashi and Shoyuta keep getting further and further away. Todoroki is there, grocery basket in hand, reading the label on some cereal box. Izuku panics and turns around, trying to leave before he's noticed when he crashes into someone, and would have fallen if they didn't place a steadying hand on his shoulder. He looks up and finds the usually scowling face of Endeavor looking down at him with concern. Izuku can feel his face turning a dark shade of red. He just ran straight into the number 2 hero. SSS sorry. He can hardly manage one word, and it causes Endeavor to frown even deeper. He opens his mouth to speak when a voice calls out behind him. "Midoriya? What are you doing here?" And that's Todoroki, drawn by the commotion of him freaking out at his dad. "Is it shopping?" It comes out as more of a question than an answer. "I didn't know you're related to a pro hero. Who is it?" Izuku freezes at that. What is he supposed to say? "There you are, problem child. Zashi started freaking out when you disappeared." And now Todoroki is staring at Shoyuta, no doubt forming some weird connection in his conspiracy theorist brain. "This one yours eraser?" Endeavor, who is still grasping his shoulder, takes this as his opportunity to finally say something. "Midoriya, what's going on? Why are you here with Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku thinks he could die. Anything to leave this situation as soon as possible. "He's my child, why else? Let's go kiddo before Zashi buys the whole ice cream section." "What?" Todoroki's yell follows them as they take their leave, and Izuku follows Shoyuta blindly as he tries to make sense of what just happened. He tugs on Shuta's sleeve to get his attention. "Why did you say that? You know how he is." "And that's exactly why I did. It'll be funny to watch. See what kind of weird theories he comes up with." Izuku huffs a laugh. He guesses it will be. Todoroki won't stop now until he knows if he's right or not. They find Hizashi and head to the checkout, Izuku looking anxiously for anyone else he knows that they might run into. It's just his luck that they get in line behind Todoroki and his father. "So, Present Mike, you finally convinced this one to adopt?" I know you've been trying for quite some time. Endeavor's question catches him off guard. His guardians had been wanting a child? It makes Izuku feel a little bit better. He's been worried that the pros had felt pressured to take him in, even though they've been treating him better than anyone ever has. Honestly, I barely had to lift a finger. Sho wanted to take him in as soon as we figured out what was going on. It looks like Endeavor understands exactly what was going on as he frowns. Todoroki looks a little lost, but he doesn't interrupt the pros. Izuku risks a glance at Shoyuta and wow. He didn't realize the man was capable of blushing. So kid, how long have you been staying with these guys? Endeavor is addressing him now, and Izuku has to take a moment to gather himself before he's able to speak. Almost a WW week and now, Endeavor. The man nods at him and Izuku glances back at his classmate. He's frowning now, connecting dots that Izuku really doesn't want him to. The cashier finishes and Endeavor pays, and he turns to leave with a small smile and a wave. Goodbye, Midoriya, senseis. Bye. Izuku's reply is quiet, but from the smile on Todoroki's face he can tell that he heard it. Once they get home he checks his phone for the inevitable texts from Todoroki. He's a little worried that he'll bring up what he guesses about Izuku's previous situation. A glance at his messages tells him his worries were unfounded. Todoroki is tactile enough to not bring up something so sensitive. Midoriya, why are you with Aizawa and Mike-sensei? Is it true? Are you really his son? I thought you said your dad left you guys? Midoriya, please. Izuku sighs and brings his phone out to show Shoyuta. Look what you've done. He's never going to stop. Shuta's cackling follows him back to his room as he goes to hide and do his homework, and to avoid thinking about the warm feelings that people thinking he's Hizashi and Shuta's kid brings up. Sunday has them meeting the whole class at the train station as everyone leaves for their internships. Why Izuku had to come, he has no idea. He literally lives with the hero he's interning with. Maybe so that people don't know he lives with his teachers? He walked into the train station. With Shoyuta. If nobody's noticed yet, Izuku doubts they will anytime soon. Todoroki keeps giving him funny looks before he hops on his train, but nobody else seems to notice his behavior. Izuku notices how odd Ida is acting as he hops on his train to Hosu. There's something about that doesn't sit right with him. Ida got so many offers from so many cool pros, and yet he chose a small faraway agency. Maybe to get a different experience? Izuku tells himself that he's check in with Ida soon to make sure he's alright. If he's not, then he'll talk to Shoyuta about it. Once everybody's left on their trains, Izuku follows Shoyuta and Hizashi back out to the car, and they drive to UA to use one of the private training rooms. Once there, they get straight to work. Alright, little listener. I've been thinking about your little bone-breaking problem. I think you have the opposite problem than I had when I was training my quirk. I had to learn to focus it all in one place, because otherwise, it would just shoot out in all directions. So I think that you've got to learn to spread the power of your quirk out, instead of having it focused in one place. With me so far? Izuku nods, already thinking about how he could spread out his power. Whatever Hizashi comes up with is surely better than All Might's egg in a microwave analogy. I also think you're trying to use a little too much of the power. Your body is a lot smaller than All Might's, so it would make sense that you can't use the power to its full extent. That makes a lot of sense. Using more power than his body can handle is a good way to keep hurting himself. Why the egg keeps exploding? One more thing before we get started. We've noticed that you try to emulate All Might's fighting style. While punching things to death is what works for him, you've already damaged your arms quite a bit. So I think if you focus on learning different styles, like kicks or something, then we can keep your arms protected and you can have a fighting style that's different from All Might's. I'm going to have Sho help with that. Izuku nods, ready to get started. Hizashi has him stand in the middle of the training room, attempting to spread a portion of his power out. He's trying, but it's so hard. It's always just been there, ready to use when he needed it. Now he has to figure out how to power up his whole body. It takes a while, but eventually he feels the crackle of one for all everywhere. He's sweating and trembling from the exertion, but he tries to maintain the power for as long as possible. He's not even using that much of it, so why is it so hard to maintain? He looks down and notices green pieces of energy across his body. A glance at Hisashi shows him the giant grin on the man's face and he whoops for joy, punching a fist in the air. Unfortunately, he was so focused on his quirk that he's still got it active. The fist he throws up sends a strong blast of air to the ceiling, and the whole thing shudders before the beams where he punched start falling. Directly above him, Izuku freezes and feels a snake of fabric around his middle just before he's yanked back, away from the falling beams. Just in time too. They crush where he had been standing not 3 seconds later. Maybe don't jump for joy with your quirk active. The tense voice of Shoyuta startles him, and Izuku notices the capture scarf still wrapped around his middle. He gives it an experimental tug, but it doesn't budge until Izuku looks at Shoyuta and the man knows he got his point across. He looks down at his arm as Shoyuta removes the capture weapon, expecting to find a mess of broken bones. His arm is completely undamaged. Not even a scratch. It didn't hurt? It comes out as barely a whisper, and Shoyuta leans a little closer before asking him to repeat himself. It didn't hurt. And it's not broken. This is the first time I've used my quirk without breaking anything. See? He shoves his arm into Shuta's face, not caring for personal space. Shoyuta frowns a little at the arm in his face, but the look softens when he sees how excited Izuku is. And he was expecting pain from using his quirk. That's all he's ever experienced with it. Okay, listeners. I say we switch gyms and I will let Cementos know that this one needs to be fixed. Izuku frowns a little at that, feeling guilty about making more work for the pro. They move to the hallway to find a new training room, and it's only then that Izuku notices he's still trembling. He's never used his quirk that much, and focusing it like that took a lot out of him. He's so tired and the day has hardly even started. He has to push through this and make progress with his quirk. As soon as the thought enters his mind, he stumbles into Shoyuta, who gives him a concerned look and pushes him down into a sitting position. Alright, we're taking a break now. But we're in the middle of the hallway. And we each have to keep going. I'm finally making progress. Shoyuta frowns at him and places a hand on his head before speaking. This training won't mean anything if you collapse before the first day is over. The others have had 10 years to work with their quirks and build up resistance. You've had yours for less than a year. We don't need to rush this. We will keep training after internships are over. Your health comes first for us, kid. Got it? No one has ever put him before anything before. It brings that warm feeling back and Izuku is so confused. Why would his guardians put him first? Why you care so much? Shoyuta frowns at him before answering. It's because we love you, kid. Have we really not told you yet? And now Izuku is crying, completely overwhelmed. And no one has. Shoyuta places a comforting hand on his head while Izuku tries to stop the tears. He knows that when someone says they love you, you're supposed to say it back. But anyone that Izuku has loved has hurt him and left. Deep down he knows that the heroes would never do that to him. He's seen how much they care. But that doesn't get rid of the fear. Only makes it worse, because he cares about them too, and if they left it would completely break him. You don't have to say it back, problem child. Shuta's voice cuts through his worrying, using some sort of sixth sense to guess his thoughts. He ruffles his curls before retracting his hand and standing. How about instead of wearing you out more, we train something else? Your mind. That sounds a lot like homework. Not that Izuku would refuse to do homework. He loves learning all the stuff that he gets to learn in the hero course. Actually, I have something else in mind. I've heard a few rumors about your notebooks. Something about analysis? How in the world Shoyuta heard about those he will never know? I like to analyze hero quirks and the fights they participate in. I did it a lot when I was younger to stay out of the house. I have 13 now. I haven't had the chance to work on them in a while. Nobody ever taught me or anything, so they're not very good. Shoyuta frowns at him before Hisashi butts in. You think we could take a look, listener? They're at home right now. We can go home. We're not doing anything else physical today anyways. Izuku just nods his assent, a little nervous about them seeing his notebooks. He even has notes on his guardians in those. This could go poorly. It does not go poorly. Not at first. Izuku is practically bouncing in his seat while the pros go through every single notebook of his. They keep making positive comments and giving him little changes to make where he either had outdated information or was wrong. Some of them are very old and he was pretty young back when he started. They have less and less changes to make when they make it to the more recent volumes. They pause when they get to number 13 and spot the damage. What happened to this one? Shoyuta looks a little concerned about it, eyeing up the burn marks and water damage. Oh. One of my B-bullies used his quirk on my notebook B before throwing it into a pea pond. Then one of H's friends told Me to dash. Izuku cuts himself off, unable to finish. To kill yourself? Shoyuta is blunt, and he sounds upset, so Izuku can't meet their gazes as he nods slowly, tears welling in his eyes. I have to know, listener. How many of those scars are from him? Izuku looks up in shock at that, and his tears make their way down his face. He raises shaking hands to answer, not trusting his voice. When did you see those? In the hospital when they had to fix your arm. I'm guessing there are more than what we saw. He only gave me a few of them. My back is worse. The other bullies used to push me from behind a lot while using their quirks. Mom was always extra mad those days because I went home with ruined uniforms that she had to replace. She decided to add to the marks while they were still fresh. She just used a knife instead of a quirk. That came later. Izuku doesn't know if his hands are even legible with how much they're shaking now. He can hardly see them through his tears anyways. His hands are still raised to sign, but he has nothing else to say. He didn't mean to say that much in the first place. Warm hands close around his and holds them steady. Izuku blinks away some tears so that he can see a little more clearly, and he finds Hizashi crouched in front of his chair. He's got a sad look on his face and looks close to crying. Izuku hates that he put that look there. He starts crying harder when Hizashi tugs him forward by the hands into his chest, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Izuku grips the back of his jacket as tightly as he can, almost afraid to let go. He has to eventually, so he pulls back reluctantly, scrubbing at his eyes to try and stop the crying. Sorry. Hey, nothing to be sorry for, problem child. Shoyuta gives him a smile from his position on the floor next to Hizashi. When did he get there? Why don't we take a little break from all this serious stuff and watch a movie or something? J, just a short one. W can't be slacking off. W and my C classmates are all W working hard, Zashi. Hizashi grins, clearly pleased that Izuku used his nickname. He doesn't know why he did. It just felt right. Of course, listener. You know show here wouldn't let us slack off. See, can we watch the one with T Toothless in it? You never told me the N name. The cat chirps at the sound of her name and plunks herself in the middle of their huddle on the floor. Well, now we have to. It's called How to Train Your Dragon. Get ready to watch show CLY. Izuku laughs at the blush on Shuta's face. I don't cry, Zashi. Izuku speaks before Hizashi has the chance to. Sure, show. Shoyuta raises his eyebrows at him before speaking again. How could you, Hizashi? You've turned my own son against me. Izuku almost starts crying again when Shoyuta calls him that. His son. It sounds so nice. They sit through the movie and Shoyuta makes fun of Izuku and Hizashi for crying. They don't mention that they noticed how close he got to tearing up near the end. They don't get back to work afterwards. They decide to work on something other than quirk training on the second day of internships. They start the morning focusing on quirkless fighting, trying to find what he's good at. It's hard work, but Izuku finds himself having fun. He's already learning so much, and it's only the second day of internships. They find he's a natural at evasive maneuvers and say it's because he's so small. What Izuku doesn't tell them is that it's because he's had years of practice evading bullies. However, his guardians both have a look in their eyes that tells him they already know. Shoyuta focuses on teaching him every evasive move he can until he's got them drilled into his memory. After a break for lunch, Shoyuta brings out a small bag he'd brought with him too. I've got a little surprise for you. It's something I want to train you how to use. It won't be easy. Shoyuta pulls something awfully familiar out of his bag. Is that what I think it is? Shoyuta just nods as he hands him a cream-colored scarf, only a few shades darker than his capture weapon. He helps Izuku drape it around his neck and gives him a few demonstrations of the proper arm movements before he let him try, without the scarf at first. When he's satisfied, he lets Izuku try it out, and he somehow manages to trip himself within 4 seconds. Don't worry about it. It took me a long time to get the hang of it. You'll get it much faster because I'm here to teach you. Izuku nods before trying, feeling extra determined. He wants to make Shoyuta proud. An hour later finds him completely tangled up, unsure of how it happened. It takes both Shoyuta and Hizashi to free him. Once he's freed, they take a short break before moving on to quirk training. It goes a little better than yesterday did, and he doesn't break any training rooms. It's late afternoon before they wrap it up. Hizashi decides he should see what a real patrol is like, so he tags along with the hero. They leave, just the two of them, while Shoyuta goes to nap somewhere before he has his own patrol tonight. They walk down the streets in their hero costumes, keeping an eye out for anything and waving at people who recognize Present Mike. My patrols are much different than Eraserhead's. Do you know why? Well, he's an underground hero. So he works mostly at night, and he finds crimes as they're taking place and stops them. You, as a more recognizable hero, act more as a deterrent to crime because you patrol so visibly, but you still stop crimes as they take place. Correct, listener. Although today I chose one of the safer routes that doesn't see much crime, so we shouldn't run into anything today. Izuku nods and returns his focus to the world around them. They keep at it for a few hours before heading home, and thankfully they don't run into any crime. Izuku is grateful for that. He doesn't think he's ready to face another villain so soon. They continue the next day much in the same fashion, Izuku training with Hizashi and Shoyuta for a few hours in the morning, then going out and patrolling for the afternoon. Present Mike has him stay back and watch him stop a few petty criminals, then asks him his observations on the situations and how they were handled. Only once does Izuku have to get involved, and that's when someone decided to go after a hero in training while Present Mike was busy with his buddy. Izuku evaded him and tripped him up, and by that time Hizashi was done with his criminal and he yelled at the man until his ears bled. It's not until the 5th day of internships that Izuku brings Ida up to Shoyuta. He's tried getting in contact with him every day since the train station, but he's just been left on read every time. He finally remembered why Hosu is so important too. It's because of the hero killer stain. He's there right now and he attacked Ida's brother. Usually the other boy is very rational, but he's been acting different ever since the attack on his brother. So Izuku does what he hopes is the right thing and brings it up to Shoyuta one morning over breakfast. If you're so concerned, we can head over there tonight for a patrol and check on him. Really? You're the best. Izuku shoots forwards and hugs the man, then realizes what he did and runs away to hide in his room like a little coward. He spends most of the day distracted, anxiously worrying about Ida, and he can't help the feeling that something's going to go horribly wrong before they can even get there. It makes him sloppy in training, and he can tell that Shoyuta and Hizashi are going a little easier on him today. 6 o'clock finds all 3 of them on the train in their hero costumes. There aren't many people in the same car as them, and Izuku is grateful. Crowds are annoying. Izuku finds that he was unfortunately right to think that something would happen when a Nomu carrying a hero crashes into their train car. All 3 of them rush forwards to the scene and the Nomu jumps out, back towards wherever he came from. Janice. Stick with Present Mike. If you get separated, you have permission to use your quirk to protect yourself and others. And Eraserhead is gone, jumping out of the hole in the side of the train to follow the creature. Let's go, listener. He and Hizashi follow suit after checking on the injured pro, heading towards the chaos in the city. There are a few heroes trying to combat the Nomus and protect civilians, but they jump in to help evacuate people anyways. Ida, where'd you go? Izuku whips around and finds Pro Hero Manual calling out for his friend. He must have gone after the hero killer in all the chaos. Zashi, I have to find Ida. I think he's in trouble. Hizashi gives him a calculating look before answering. Call if you get into trouble. Now go help your friend. Izuku nods gratefully, relieved he won't be sneaking off to find Ida. He runs away from the chaos, but feels like he's running to his doom. The hero killer lurks in quiet, back alleyways to attack his victims. And that's exactly where Izuku finds them. Ida and pro-hero native are frozen on the ground, the hero killer ready to plunge a sword into his friend. No! Stain pauses in his actions and looks to Izuku. He starts ranting some nonsense about true heroes and how all might is the best. Izuku doesn't pay much attention on what he's saying, slipping his hand behind his back to send out his location to everyone in his contacts, in the hopes that someone will get here on time. He knows that he cannot handle this on his own. He refocuses just as Stain is lunging for him, and he barely dodges the blade in time. Stain keeps attacking, and it takes all of Izuku's skill to avoid being cut. Ida starts yelling at him to leave, saying that this isn't Izuku's problem, and that's just enough of a distraction for Stain to nick his cheek with his blade, and he watches in horror and disgust as the man brings the blade up to his lips and licks his blood off. Izuku drops, all mobility cut off. He can't move anything, and starts to panic a little as he sees Stain walk closer to him. There's a boot in his side and it pushes him onto his back, and Stain is there, standing over him, tapping his sword against Izuku's chest. I might just let you live, little hero. Coming to save your friend, trying even though he told you to leave. Seems like you've got the makings of a true hero. And with that, Stain is walking away, back towards Ida, and Izuku can't even turn his head to see what's happening. No. Stop it. He's just a student. Please don't kill him. Izuku continues his mantra mindlessly, tears falling from his eyes as he can do nothing but listen to Stain's footsteps from his position on the ground. God, don't you ever shut up? Maybe I'll kill you anyways. Make your friend watch so he knows it's all his fault. Stain is back in his peripherals now, sword dangling lazily in his hand. There's a chill in the air as he lifts his sword, only to be knocked back by a slab of ice. Can't you be a little more specific, Janice? I was almost too late. Midoriya sighs in relief at the sound of Todoroki's voice. He hadn't even known his friend was in Hosu. Oh great. Another false hero. Let's see if you fare any better. At that, Stain is lunging towards his friend, and Izuku is struggling, trying to will his muscles to move. He can hardly see what's happening, only able to move his eyes. His finger twitches. A few more minutes and he can move again, though Ida and Native are still immobile on the ground. Maybe something to do with blood type? Izuku moves as quietly as he can towards the fight and powers up one for all. He aims the kick he's practiced the most at the back of Stain's head, but the man moves at the last second. His foot still makes contact, catching him in the shoulder and pushing him away from Todoroki. They work together then, trying to use what they know of each other's quirks to make it work. It doesn't. Izuku has gotten faster. Spreading his quirk through his body has allowed him to gain some speed. However, Todoroki doesn't know that, and manages to catch Izuku with his fire, burning through part of his costume before he can put it out. They're a little more cautious after that, but it's only a matter of time before they slip up. And they do so spectacularly. Izuku is moving far faster than anyone should on ice, and he slips, careening towards his friend. Todoroki shoves himself out of the way and right towards Stain, who gives him a long slice up the arm. Todoroki collapses as the man swallows his blood, and then it's just Izuku against a serial killer. He's getting tired. He's been using his quirk far too much. He doesn't have anything else to fight Stain with. He's terrible with the capture weapon, so they opted to leave it at home tonight. Maybe Izuku should ask his guardians to show him how to use other weapons as well. He's slowing down now, and Stain can tell. He's basically playing with him at this point. Izuku trips up and falls to the ground, and Stain is there, pushing his sword into his thigh until Izuku can feel it pierce the skin on the other side, and he's screaming himself hoarse at the pain. It's agonizing. The man takes his time pulling his sword out, intent on causing Izuku the most pain he can. He hasn't liked his blood yet, but Izuku still feels paralyzed. He's crying now, and all he can manage to do is groan at the pain. He can hear his friends yelling at Stain, maybe even hears his own name in there, but he's in too much pain to even pay attention. Izuku feels the moment the man licks the blade, and he's walking away again, back towards Ida. Wait. Don't kill him. He's quiet, thick with tears, and he's barely able to hear his own voice, but Stain somehow does. Jesus, kid. Where's your sense of self-preservation? Izuku doesn't reply, opting to keep up his quiet complaints, no longer aware of what he's saying. Shut the F up. There's a harsh kick to his head, snapping it to the side so that Izuku faces the mouth of the alleyway instead of his friends. He hadn't even been aware that Stain was that close to him, but now he's all too aware as the man once again presses the tip of his sword against Izuku's chest. The pain in his thigh combined with the pain in his head makes him want to vomit. He takes deep breaths and ignores the sound of Stain monologuing again. He's hoping for one last bit of luck. Hoping that someone else is on their way to the alley. That someone can stop Stain before he kills them. Izuku narrows his eyes and catches sight of two figures at the mouth of the alleyway. Shoyuta tries not to worry as he leaves his family behind in the train. Zashi is a pro-hero, and Izuku is a smart kid. He knows not to run off. Shoyuta struggles against the Nomu he followed. His quirk is not offensive and does absolutely nothing against the creature. It's awfully similar to the one from the USJ attack, and it took all might to beat it. He manages to wrap his scarf around the Nomu and decides to try stabbing the thing's brains out. He stabs it once and tries to wrench his knife free, but it refuses to move. The Nomu is still standing and leaps off of the building they landed on. Shoyuta has to unwind his scarf quickly so he doesn't get dragged along with the creature. It's fast, and now it's running away with Shuta's third favorite knife. He's about to follow when he gets a text. A glance at his phone tells him it's from Izuku, so he opens it. All it is a location. Shoyuta hopes that he's still with Hisashi. Maybe his husband asked him to stay back and call for help. He runs in the direction of Izuku's location and hopes there are some other heroes nearby. He's too far to be able to provide an immediate response, but he's do his best. Too much time later, when he's only halfway there, he meets up with Hisashi, and they pale at the sight of each other. That means that Izuku is by himself, possibly facing the hero killer if he went to help Ida. Which is exactly something he would do. They're almost to Izuku when they hear the screams. The person has to be in immense pain, and it only gets louder as they get closer to their destination. They listen to the heart-wrenching screams turn into sobs, and both move a little faster when they recognize those soft cries. They belong to Izuku. They freeze in the mouth of the alleyway that holds their son. Pro-hero Native and Ida are near one of the walls, sprawled on the ground. Todoroki is a little closer, leaned up against the opposite wall. All three of them are yelling, trying to stop Stain. Stain, who stands over Izuku with a sword pointed at his chest. Izuku, who's bloody and crying, and staring right at them. Shoyuta reactively activates his quirk as they start moving. It's got to be some sort of paralytic, because the moment he does, Todoroki is springing up and shoving Stain away from Izuku, stopping to stand protectively in front of him, ice and fire both at the ready. Everyone covers their ears as Hisashi yells, making Stain drop his weapons. Shoyuta is quick to tackle him. He's been married to Hisashi long enough that he's used to his screaming, so he uses that to his advantage and strips Stain of all of his weapons before tying him up with zip ties and rope, finishing it off with his capture weapon. Hisashi doesn't stop yelling until the man is secure, and once he is there, both rushing to Izuku's side. Native and Ida are helping each other up, and Todoroki is already standing, so they focus all their worry on their son. He's bleeding from a deep cut on his leg, and a closer look tells Shoyuta that it even pierced the skin on the other side. Hisashi puts pressure on the wounds as he digs some gauze out of his utility belt, wrapping it as tightly as he can. Izuku still hasn't made a sound, and he's blinking sluggishly at them from his spot on the ground. There's a dark bruise on the side of his head. It must have been a hard hit if Izuku is this out of it. Jesus, problem child. How hard did you hit your head? I didn't it. You kicked me. Stain kicked a child in the head? Great. Now Shoyuta has the urge to commit a murder. Shoyuta turns to address the rest of the alleyway, finding them all much closer than before. Here's what we're going to do. We are moving out of the alleyway and to the road so that it's easier for emergency services to find us. While we make our way there, I'll get you to call them Todoroki. We need several ambulances and the police. Todoroki nods and pulls out his phone to do his part. Hizashi scoops up Izuku, their kid's head resting against his chest. He's a little more alert now, and sits up a little straighter as he watches Shoyuta drag Stain down the alley. They reach the end and all sit down to wait, and more pros show up and take custody of Stain so that Shoyuta and Hizashi can focus on Izuku. Shuta's head snaps up at a loud cry of warning, and he spots a flying Nomu diving towards the group of heroes. It slows down, claws extended, as the heroes try to duck out of its path. Shoyuta can feel the rustle of its feathers as it snatches Izuku from between them. Izuku lets out a loud cry and he's being flown away. Everyone just stands there, frozen for a moment, before Hizashi's cry snaps them out of it. Get ready to catch. Oh, he can see where this is going. There's almost no way for him to land safely with his child in his arms. Todoroki, need your help with the landing. And Shuta's running, looping his scarf around a light post to launch himself into the air and towards the flying duo. As soon as Shuta's airborne, Hizashi screams. It's the loudest he's heard him in a long time, worry for Izuku making him that much deadlier. The Nomu screeches and releases Izuku, trying to get away from the sound, but Hizashi pitched it just right that the creature's brain explodes before it can escape. Shoyuta catches Izuku almost as soon as it drops him, and lightly lands on the ramp that Todoroki created to catch them. Shoyuta supports Izuku in his arms as Hizashi starts running over and grimaces at the new wounds. The Nomu must have really wanted him, because fresh blood seeps out of marks on his abdomen where the hybrid had sunk its claws in. There's a worrying amount of blood, and Shoyuta knows that the ambulance is still a few minutes out. Izuku is hardly conscious, trying to keep his eyes open. There's a sudden heat at his side, and Endeavor is there, placing a hand on his shoulder right as Hizashi arrives. Want me to fly him to the hospital? It will be much faster than waiting for the ambulance. Shoyuta wants to say no. Wants to say that he can take his own son to the hospital. But he can't, and he knows that. Please. With his quiet word, Endeavor is crouching down, pulling Izuku carefully into his arms and launching into the sky before Shoyuta can even blink. The ambulances for the other kids and Native arrive a few minutes later, so Shoyuta and Hizashi ride along with them. They should probably make sure their students are all right anyways. They find Endeavor waiting for them at the entrance, and he's quick to give them an update while his own son gets checked out. They're stitching him up now. Most of the wounds were pretty clean, and miraculously, nothing was damaged in his thigh where his worst cut was. It seems as though Stain didn't want to cause him permanent damage. Nothing was bad enough to require surgery, just lots of stitches. They say anything about the head wound? Endeavor grimaces a little at the question. It's a bad concussion. He'll be fine, just a little messed up for a few days. While that's not ideal, it's something they can manage. Shoyuta nods his thanks to Endeavor, and the man leaves to find his son. Shoyuta turns around and finds Hizashi with a frown on his face, worry creasing his brow. While they know that Izuku will be fine, it's hard finding someone in the position they did. Especially their son. Shoyuta leans forward and wraps his arms around his husband, hugging him tightly. Hizashi pulls away and leans down for a soft kiss before they separate, keeping their hands connected. Let's go find our son. Even though they know Izuku is fine, Hizashi is still worried. He can tell that Shoyuta is too from the way he clenches his hand, equally as tight as his own grip. When they're finally led into the right room, they both pause in the doorway, surprised to find Ida and Todoroki in there as well. Aizawa-sensei? What are you guys doing here? Ida notices them first, but doesn't say anything of how their hands are still clenched together. At the sound of his friend's voice, Izuku turns from where he was gazing out the window and stares at them. Nobody moves for a moment, and then Izuku is letting out a small sob as he pushes himself out of bed. Hizashi is moving forward at the same time, dragging Shoyuta with him, and makes it in time to catch Izuku when he falls. It's like he forgot about his injuries the moment he saw them, and only remembered because of the pain that standing caused him. Hizashi holds him close as Izuku sobs into his chest, letting him have this moment to cry. We should get him back in bed. Shuta's voice is quiet in his ear. Hizashi shifts his hold on Izuku, lifting and carrying him the short distance to the bed. Izuku still clutches the front of his shirt, refusing to let go. CC, can you sit W with me? ICC can't dash. Izuku cuts himself off and shakes his head, clearly frustrated by his lack of words. Of course, little listener. Just let me take off my jacket and speaker. Sound good? Hisashi more feels than sees Izuku nod against his chest before the kid is slowly letting go of him, wincing at the pain that all the movement caused. Hisashi sheds his gear before gesturing for Izuku to move over on the bed. The listener's eyes light up with glee and he moves over quickly, frowning down at his left leg when it doesn't move like he wanted it to. Do you think it will scar? Izuku asks the question as Hisashi is settling beside him on the bed, and Shoyuta moves to stand by his side as he answers. Probably. Although I've heard that girls love scars, so with your collection you're in luck. Thank God Izuku understands that Shoyuta is joking. He squishes his face in disgust before signing again. Gross. Shoyuta laughs at that, and Izuku smiles, delighted that he managed it. Ida, clearing his throat from across the room, reminds them that they are not alone, and that Ida clearly has something to say. Hisashi lifts his arm as Izuku scoots himself a little closer to him, and the kid smiles gratefully at him as he tucks himself into his side. Midoriya, I understand that you are concussed, but acting this way towards our senseis is highly inappropriate. I suggest dash. Shut up, Ida. It's Todoroki who interrupts him, and Hisashi is grateful. Izuku had been getting more tense with every word uttered. But dash, Ida stops himself this time, drawn by the motion of Izuku raising his hands to sign. Except he doesn't sign. He raises his middle finger towards Ida with a sly grin. Sho, you've corrupted my son. Shoyuta doesn't answer him, instead he reaches across him and high-fives Izuku. Nice one, kiddo. Izuku beams at the small praise, and Shoyuta gives him a small smile before stepping away. The doctor chooses this moment to enter the room, and she doesn't even bat an eye at the sight of Hisashi on the bed with Izuku. I'm assuming you're his parents? Yes, Ida audibly gasps at Hisashi's response and he has to try very hard not to laugh. Alright, I've just got a few things to go over about his condition and recovery. If everything keeps going smoothly, we should be able to release him in the morning. Hisashi and Sho nod, unwilling to interrupt the woman. The concussion isn't as bad as we initially thought. It combined with the blood loss and gave him symptoms of severe head trauma. However, it was still fairly serious. He'll be overly sensitive to light and sound for a little while. That's better than Hisashi hoped for. His responsiveness when they found him was worrying to say the least. He'll have to be cautious with how he moves with the amount of stitches we had to put on his abdomen. One wrong twist and they will pop open. I recommend he takes things really slow for a week. That shouldn't be too bad. Tomorrow is the last day of internships, so there won't be class, and after that it's the weekend. They'll just have to be careful at school after that. No hero studies for Izuku. By far the worst of his injuries is the damage to his left leg. While he miraculously didn't damage any nerves, he managed to scrape the bone. That all sounds awfully painful. Hisashi grimaces in sympathy, feeling awful for what his kid had to go through. There was a lot of soft tissue damage that we had to fix. It nearly had us bringing him into surgery. This one will also take the longest to heal. I recommend you keep him off his feet as much as possible for the first week. I understand he still has to attend classes, and he should be good to move around slowly at school. However, if the pain does worsen, I'd stick him in a wheelchair. Normally I'd suggest just having him on crutches, but the damage to his abdomen prevents the possibility. He'll most likely suffer from chronic pain because of how deep the wound went. Hisashi frowns. They're already expecting that from the damage to his arm, and now he has to go through it with his leg too? Poor Izuku. He holds him a little tighter at the thought. Thanks, Doc. Shoyuta answers for them, dismissing the doctor. Hisashi turns towards his husband as he stretches. Getting coffee. I'm going to need it after tonight. Sho turns with a slight frown and begins to walk towards the door. A frantic poking at his side makes him turn his attention from his husband. Can he get me some hot chocolate? Sho. Shoyuta had just stepped outside the room. He poked his head back in with a grumpy look on his face. What? Can you get the baby some hot chocolate? Shuta's face softens at that, and he nods at them before disappearing out the door. Izuku frowns at the door for a few moments before tugging on his sleeve. Is tired dad okay? The listener sure is perceptive. Anyone else wouldn't have noticed how distracted his husband is. Ya kiddo. He was just really worried about you. Probably still is, like me. He speaks quietly, trying not to disturb the others but unwilling to let go of his son. Izuku raises an eyebrow, but signs nothing. When I got that text and it was just your location, I didn't know what to think. And when we found you like that, it was terrifying. We can't lose you, Izuku. Hisashi will never forget the sight of Izuku bleeding out on the ground, or how pain-filled his screams sounded before they found him. He doubts Shoyuta will either. He focuses back on Izuku when he pokes him in the side. The listener is still frowning. He's not mad. Why in the world would he be mad? Why wouldn't he be? I left you. He told me to stay with you and then I left. And then I got hurt and you had to save me again. I'm sorry. I keep messing up. You and tired dad should be mad. Izuku, if we were mad, we would tell you. We were scared because we didn't know what was going to happen to you. Not mad. Sho specifically gave you instructions for if we got separated, which I let happen. So if anything, this was my fault. Hisashi has been feeling this way ever since they found Izuku. If he had just gone with him, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so injured. What? I'm the one who asked to leave. You aren't to blame for any of this. If you keep blaming yourself, I'm telling tired dad. This kid is going to be the death of him. How about we agree that this was none of our faults? And if you still think Sho is mad, you can ask him when he comes back. Izuku shakes his head at his suggestion. It looks like neither of them want to face Shoyuta. And people say that Sho is the one who doesn't like emotions. Hisashi decides that they shouldn't end the conversation on such a negative note, so he brings something up that he knows will embarrass Izuku. So, when did tired cat become tired dad? He grins, trying to keep Izuku at ease. I've been thinking about it ever since you guys said that dash. Izuku cuts himself off, hands stilling before he finishes his thought. Said what, listener? He looks conflicted before he answers. That you love me. Izuku won't meet his eyes, opting to stare at the bed sheets instead. He looks uncertain, like he's worried they're going to take it back. Izuku, look at me. Takes a few moments before. He does, and Hisashi finds a trace of fear in his eyes. We meant every word we said. We will say it as many times as we need to get it through that thick skull of yours. We love you, Izuku. Nothing is going to change that. Izuku nods a little tearfully, and he's not sure if he got his point across or not. So, if Sho has become tired dad, does that mean I'm now loud dad? Izuku looks a little panicked at this. Only if you want. It's just, you guys are so nice and act like I think good dads would. But I'm not ready to say it out loud, so I changed your sign names. I'll change them back if you don't like it. Of course I like it, Izuku. I'm sure Sho will too. Izuku doesn't answer him, and they sit in comfortable silence, waiting for Shoyuta to return and ignoring the looks from Todoroki and Ida. Shoyuta returns a few minutes after he and Izuku finish talking, carrying a tray of drinks. Sho leans down and presses a soft kiss to his cheek before passing out the drinks with a small smile. Hisashi hears Ida gasp at the action, probably surprised that his teacher knows what affection is. Tea for the husband, and hot chocolate for the baby. Instead of objecting to the name like he has in the past, Izuku raises slightly trembling hands to sign. Thank you, tired dad. Shuta's eyebrows go up at the name, but he doesn't say anything. He just rounds the bed and gives Izuku's curls a pat before settling in the empty space next to Hisashi's feet, and where Izuku's feet would be if he wasn't curled up. Or was a little taller. Aizawa-sensei? What is Ida? Shota looks slightly annoyed as he answers his student. Are you and Mike-sensei married? Ida looks and sounds incredibly nervous. Sho grins at the uncertainty in his tone, and Hisashi decides he should answer before his husband scares the kid even more. That's right, listener. Just don't go telling anyone. Hisashi makes sure to add some seriousness to his tone to get his point across. He knows he succeeded when Ida pales and nods frantically. Izuku is slumped against him, unwilling to fall asleep, with his empty cup loose in his hands when the door opens loudly. Izuku startles and Sho turns to give the intruders a glare. "Good evening. I am Police Chief Kenji Tsuragami. I believe some of you have met Pro Hero Manual. We are here to discuss the fallout from the events of earlier tonight." Manual nods at them from beside Tsuragami, but no one says a word. The chief takes this as his cue to continue. "I understand that you students were a big help in stopping the hero killer, and for that I thank you. This man gave everyone a lot of trouble, so it's a relief to finally have him off the streets." Ida frowns, clearly disagreeing with the sentiment. "A lot of trouble is an understatement. I've been told that one of you was given permission to use your quirk, but that means that the other two did so illegally." Todoroki opens his mouth to argue, but it clamps shut just as quickly at Shuda's harsh look. "We are willing to overlook the illegal quirk usage and give the credit to Pro Heroes Eraserhead and Present Mike. We can even go as far as to say they were aided by internship students, because one of you had permission. That's not too bad. Hizashi was expecting the kids to get in trouble. Are you all in agreement? I must release a statement soon. What would happen if you credited us?" Todoroki's question is not unexpected. "Well, we would be required to release the fact that you used your quirks illegally, even if you were protecting your friends. Then we would have to charge you, because no one is above the law." Todoroki is frowning now, clearly unhappy with the decision they have to make. "I, for one, am more than happy to leave the credit to our teachers. They did come and save us in the end after all. If they didn't, none of us would be here now." Ida is more subdued than usual, but he makes a good point. It seems everyone else in the room agrees, so Chief Tsuragami leaves without another word. Izuku sighs as soon as he leaves the room. The listener looks exhausted as he moves to lay down on the bed, curled up right next to Hizashi. He's finally relaxing when Ida speaks up again. "Midoriya, I am curious to know when you moved in with our senseis. As I recall, you said at the beginning of the year that you lived with your mother." Ida is speaking softer than usual, realizing the sensitive nature of the topic. He's not being unkind, just curious. Hizashi hopes that Izuku notices this as well. His kid taps his thigh and holds up his hands to sign, so Hizashi translates for him. He says he doesn't want to talk about it, and to shut up because he's trying to sleep. Todoroki snorts at that, while Ida simply frowns. Ida and Todoroki go to sleep soon after, while Izuku lays, wide awake at his side. He's flinching every so often, and Shoyuta keeps giving him worried glances from his spot at the foot of the bed. It takes a particularly hard flinch, one that has Izuku wincing in pain and holding Hizashi's leg for dear life, that he finally realizes what's going on. The flinch came after a particularly loud noise outside the room, likely a nurse dropping something. He flashes back to the last time they sat with Izuku in the hospital and remembers him signing that it was too loud. "I'm an idiot." Sho glances at him wearily as he pulls off his own headphones and slides them onto Izuku's head. The kid relaxes immediately, falling asleep in just a few minutes. "I can't believe I forgot. Last time it took him forever to fall asleep because of the noise in the hospital. At least you remembered." Hizashi glances up at Sho and catches a fond expression on his face as he watches the two of them. "Do you think he'll be okay after this?" Hizashi doesn't want to be that paranoid parent, but he's worried. Izuku has already been through so much. "I'm not sure. But what I am sure of is that we'll support him through it all." Hizashi gives his husband a soft smile at that. Sho always knows the right thing to say. Friday morning comes and Hizashi is tired. None of them had a good sleep last night. Izuku woke up frequently from nightmares, and some of them took both him and Shoyuta to calm the kid down. He's surprised that Ida and Todoroki slept through it all. Hizashi hopes it's just the stress of being in the hospital in an unfamiliar place that is making them so bad. Shoyuta groans from his position on the floor. He stands, still wrapped up in his sleeping bag, and moves over to a chair, probably to wait for a nurse to come in with discharge papers. Hizashi glances down at Izuku and finds him dead to the world, exhaustion from last night finally letting him rest peacefully, at least for the last few hours. It's only 20 minutes later when a nurse comes in, carrying discharge papers for all of the students. Apparently, he and Shoyuta would have to get them all home. Ida and Todoroki have woken up, and they're already packing their meager belongings, eager to get home. Hizashi is reluctant to wake Izuku up, but he'll rest better at home with the cats anyways, so the sooner he gets up, the sooner they can leave. Hizashi pulls his headphones off gently, and places a hand on his shoulder to nudge him awake. It's surprisingly easy, and it leaves Hizashi wondering if he was really sleeping anymore, or just taking a few more moments of rest before he has to move again. Izuku sits up with a groan of pain, taking a moment to orient himself. "You able to walk, problem child?" Izuku takes a moment to think about it before he finds his words. "I think so." He rises slowly from the bed, and Hizashi keeps a hand nearby in case he stumbles. He doesn't, and the moment he's standing, Todoroki emerges from the washroom, wearing his hero uniform. Ida sits patiently on the end of his bed wearing his own. Is mine wrecked? The question comes as he's donning his own hero gear, and it makes him pause in fastening his speaker. "I'm afraid so, listener. We'll just have to get the support company to make you a new one." Izuku frowns for a second before speaking again. "Do you think could redesign it? Maybe add a few support items?" "I don't see why not." "Why support items?" Shoyuta gets right to the point. I don't want to rely on my quirks so much. So I want to learn different weapons." That shouldn't surprise Hizashi as much as it does. He refuses to let it show on his face. "We'll wait to add those until you're proficient. Now let's get to the train station." Izuku smiles widely, visibly excited to learn more fighting techniques. The smile falls when he stumbles and Hizashi has to throw out an arm to stop him from falling. "You sure you can walk, Izuku?" "Why yes. See, can I just dash?" He gestures to Hizashi's arm that he's still gripping and he nods, understanding the question. They make the short walk to the elevator and Izuku grips his arm, managing to walk mostly unaided. Once they make it to the front of the hospital, they hail a taxi to get them to the train station and Hizashi nearly sighs. This is going to be an awkward train ride. The train ride is blessedly quiet, not many people taking this route this early in the day. Izuku spends the majority of the train ride leaning against the window, watching the scenery. Shoyuta sits next to him, while Hizashi sits directly in front. Ida and Todoroki are sitting as far away from their teachers as they can while still being in plain sight. Once they reach the station, they find Midnight waiting for them, ready to drive them home. Ida's parents meet them there and awkward introductions are made. Todoroki just waves to them and walks in the direction of someone so similar looking that can only be his sister. The trip in Midnight's car is awkward. Izuku doesn't know the pro-hero well. Hizashi sits in the front next to her, while Shoyuta sits in the back seat with him. Midnight must be a rambler when she's in an awkward position because she will not stop talking. It's made Shoyuta roll his eyes with a fond smile at least 5 times now, and those are only counting the ones he's caught. It's probably at least double that. Izuku is so relieved when they pull up to the apartment building. He's got his seatbelt undone before the car is even parked. He knows better than to try and get out of the car without help. Zashi opens his door and helps him out of the car before letting him attempt the walk himself. He manages until they're inside the building. The elevator has a big out-of-order sign posted on it. They live on the 5th floor. His leg and torso are already causing him pain. Izuku knows he will never make it up those stairs. "Hop on." His musings are interrupted when Shoyuta squats low in front of him, back bared in a familiar position. Izuku climbs on his back without complaining. "It'll be easiest this way." He glances behind them halfway up the first set of stairs and regrets it immediately. He's higher up than he would be if he was walking, and if Shoyuta were to slip or drop him, it would be a long and painful fall. He tightens his grip around Sho's neck when they start up the 3rd set of steps and buries his face in the man's capture weapon. Going up the stairs on someone's back is not as fun as he thought it would be. He doesn't look up until they're standing in front of their door with Hizashi inserting the key. As soon as they enter, the cats are curling around Shuta's ankles, but the man easily bypasses them to put Izuku gently down on the couch, up against the right armrest. The man isn't even out of breath from carrying him up 4 sets of stairs. Zashi is shoving a warm blanket onto him, and Izuku rearranges it how he likes it before the cats are on the couch, both of them trying to fit on his lap. Radio shoves Toothless to the side, and she digs her claws into his thigh to regain balance. Normally he doesn't mind, but it's his left thigh, right where he got stabbed, and he can't help the cry of pain that escapes him. It's not nearly as bad as when he got the wound, but he hasn't taken anything for the pain today and it was already hurting from the effort that walking took, so the dig of her little claws feels awful. He knows he's panicking, but he hasn't had to calm himself down alone ever since he moved in with Zashi and Sho, so it's hard to remember how, especially with how short his breaths are getting. There are hands on his neck. They're warm and calloused and most of all familiar. It's enough to bring him back from the brink of panic, and he blinks through tears to see Sho's concerned face. He reaches up with shaking hands and wraps them around Shuta's wrists, keeping his hands where they are as he uses the pressure to ground himself and breathe through the pain. It's several minutes before he's calmed down long enough to let go of Shoyuta, and when he does the man slowly removes his hands, and Izuku immediately misses their presence. "Thank you, Sho." His voice feels wrong in his throat, and he knows that today will be a hard one for talking. Only now does he register the warm hand rubbing comforting circles on his back, and the soothing voice of Zashi muttering reassurances. He leans into the touch and sighs, closing his eyes and trying his best not to move. There's a soft tap on his head that has Izuku opening his eyes, and he finds Shoyuta standing above him. He's got a glass of water in one hand, and some pills that he hopes are painkillers in the other. Izuku's favorite sweater is slung over an arm. He hadn't meant to steal Hisashi's sweater, it just sort of happened. It's the sweater that Shoyuta threw on him the night they rescued him. It was the first time in forever that Izuku had felt warm and safe. He'd worn it again after the hospital and just kind of kept wearing it. It's like a comfort item for him now. He always feels at home when he wears it. He doesn't realize that he's spaced out until there's the cool press of the glass in his hand and Shuta's giving him a funny look. He accepts the glass and pills, then hurriedly shoves the sweater over his head. There's a thump as something falls out of the pocket, and Izuku stares at his phone from where it now sits on the floor, mocking him. Hisashi huffs a laugh as he leans over and grabs it. He hands Izuku the device before settling back on the couch beside him and turning on the TV. He carefully avoids the news and settles on one of his favorite movies, a Star Wars rerun, as Shoyuta sits next to Zashi, leaning into him slightly with a smile on his face. The sight is heartwarming to Izuku. When he'd first come to stay with his teachers, it had been weird. They were all awkward around each other and Izuku could tell that they were trying to be less affectionate with each other for his sake. He had felt like a kid with fighting parents for a bit until they realized that he simply did not care, and presumably went back to how they were together before he arrived. It's nice to see how much they care for each other. The cats come slinking back into the room, approaching him wearily. Radio jumps up first, settling on the armrest to his right. Toothless is a lot more hesitant as she crawls onto his lap, carefully avoiding his leg. She rubs her head against his arm in apology before laying down, a comforting weight on his lap. Izuku turns his attention to his phone and grimaces. There are several missed calls and texts from Shinso, and even a few messages from Kirishima. He'd pawned his phone off to Shoyuta when he and Hisashi had met him at the hospital. He's glad he did. He'd seen how overwhelmed Todoroki and Ida had gotten with texts from friends and family when they found out that they were in the hospital. He decides to check on the messages from Kirishima first. "Midoriya, are you okay? I saw on the news that our senseis and an intern took down the hero killer. I know you were interning with Present Mike." "Midoriya? That's it, I'm calling sensei. He says that you're fine, but could you text me back when you get these?" Izuku didn't think Kirishima would get so worried about him. He texts him back right away. "Sorry, Kirishima. Didn't have my phone. I'm a little banged up, but I'll be okay." He leaves it there and finds similar messages from Shinso. There are just a lot more of them, plus all the missed calls. "Sorry, I'm fine. A little hurt, but I'll survive." Shinso must have been waiting for his answer, because not 3 seconds after he sends the message his phone rings. He hits answer and holds the phone up to his ear, completely unprepared. "Midoriya. What happened? Are you all right?" "Hey Dash. His guardians look over at the sound of his voice as his throat clogs up. He can't speak and Shinso is still talking in his ear, trying to get him to say something. He shoves his phone at Zashi and the man squeals a little before glancing at the caller ID and holding the phone to his ear. Shinso, he's fine. Sorry, but he's not really up to leaving the house right now. It's hard hearing only one side of the conversation, but he can always guess at what's being said. Izuku. Shinso wants to come over. Do you want to see him? Izuku shrugs, unsure. His friend has always been a comforting presence, especially with everything that's been going on with him the past few weeks. But Izuku doesn't know if he's up to seeing anybody right now. He jumps a little as Zashi gives him back his phone. He really wanted to see you, so I said he could come over for a bit. The second things go poorly, he's gone. Okay. Izuku nods, grateful for his quick thinking. It's not long before there's a hard knock on the door, and Izuku readies himself when Zashi gets up to answer it. He returns a few moments later, Shinso trailing behind him, and sits down on the floor in front of Shoyuta, leaving the empty space on the couch for their guest. Shinso keeps giving them funny looks as he sits as far away from the pros as he can. What is it? They look so weird in casual clothes. Why is Aizawa-sensei wearing pink pants and a Present Mike shirt? Present Mike has his hair down. Shinso had leaned forwards to whisper to him, but judging from the looks on his guardians' faces, Izuku assumes they heard every word. Tired Dad keeps claiming that he grabbed the wrong shirt, but after the fourth time I stopped believing him. Shinso barks out a laugh before covering his mouth, eyes fearful. As if he thinks that he'll get in trouble for laughing. Shoyuta shoots them an odd look before turning back to the movie, pretending he's not watching every little movement that Izuku makes. They watch a few more scenes before Izuku is tapping Shinso on the shoulder to get his attention. You won't get in trouble for having fun. I think Loud Dad would get mad if you didn't. Shinso raises his eyebrows before turning and looking at the adults. Shoyuta has scooted closer to the edge of the couch, feet planted on either side of Hizashi. Sho's got his fingers buried in his husband's hair, weaving it together carefully with a soft smile on his face. Izuku pulls out his phone and quickly takes a photo before shoving it back in his pocket. Shoyuta gives him a suspicious look at the movement but doesn't say anything. This is so weird. They're just like regular people. You know they both know sign language, right? Shinso turns, horrified, to them and finds them both looking at him, Sho with a glare and Zashi with a funny look on his face. Now that Hizashi is looking right at him, Izuku holds up his hands to sign again. Are you going to braid Tired Dad's hair next? It will look so good. Zashi smiles at him before turning to Shoyuta, who had seen the signs as well. Please see Sho? It always looks so good on you. Shoyuta ties off the braid before sighing. Fine. But don't be mad if I fall asleep again. They switch positions and Izuku watches, enraptured, as Zashi begins to comb through Shuta's hair with his fingers. He's not even watching the movie anymore, too focused on how relaxed his guardians look. Shinso is gaping beside him as he takes another photo. If any of your friends see that problem child, you'll regret ever taking the photo. How did he see that? His eyes have been closed since the moment he sat down. Plus, Izuku wouldn't dare showing that to anyone. He might be thinking of printing out the pictures and taping them up in his room, but he'd never show them to anybody. Shuta's eyes snap open the second that Hizashi ties off the braid. He stands and stretches, muttering about going for a nap before he disappears. A nap sounds really nice right now, but Izuku has a friend over. He can't leave Shinso to go nap. He'll just have to tough it out and sleep when he's gone. It's probably better for his sleep schedule anyways. A loud explosion in the movie startles him and he jumps a little, grabbing Shinso's hand before he registers what he's doing. The other boy doesn't say anything, just adjusts his hand so that it's clasping his more comfortably. Izuku tries to focus all of his attention on the movie and petting Toothless in his lap. She is loving the attention, and is purring loud enough that it's distracting him from the movie. Radio disappeared around the same time as Sho, probably to go bother him while he sleeps. The warm hand in his keeps him distracted though. Shinso's hand is rough with calluses, but gentle in the way it grips his own. Their hands fit together perfectly, and Izuku decides that he likes holding hands with the other boy. He leans into him a bit more, yawning as he does so. It's around the third time he jolts awake that Zashi pauses the movie and speaks in a quiet voice to Shinso. His friend places a gentle hand on his shoulder before speaking. I've got to go now, Midoriya, or I'll be late for my internship. See you at school. The next thing Izuku is aware of is Zashi gently laying him down on the couch and tucking the blanket more firmly around him before the quiet sounds of Star Wars resumes, and he knows nothing. It's hours later that he regains consciousness, drawn by the smell of food and murmuring voices in the kitchen. He feels well rested. He'd slept for longer in the hospital, but he's never been able to have good sleeps while he's there. It's always been frequent wake-ups and what feels like forever until he was able to fall back asleep. He sits up very slowly, being extra careful with all of his stitches. He's a little sore from how he was laying, but it's nothing he can't deal with. He sits there for a few minutes, unsure of whether or not he wants to risk the pain and move to the kitchen or just wait until someone returns. He's rubbing the sleep from his eyes when the sound of footsteps approach the couch. He looks up and finds Shoyuta, carrying a plate and glass that he sets on the coffee table beside him. He gives his head a lift pat before returning to the kitchen without uttering a word. Izuku manages to eat half of his lunch before he has to stop, feeling a little nauseous. He doesn't know if it's because he just woke up, or the small amount of pain he feels is making him feel sick. All he knows is that when Shoyuta returns and finds his plate half full and frowns, he feels like he's disappointed the man. When Sho finally leaves after too long of staring in silence, Izuku slowly gets up from the couch. He limps to the washroom before retreating to his own room and settling down on his bed. He picks up the notebook that's sitting on the desk and cracks it open. They'd started putting everything in code the other night, transferring the information over to new, undamaged notebooks. He works like that for a few hours, ignoring the steadily growing pain that he's in. Izuku, it's almost time for dinner. Izuku looks up and finds Sho standing in his doorway, hair still braided. I'm not hungry. It comes out as hardly a mumble, but from the frown on his face Izuku can tell that Shoyuta understood it perfectly. You need to eat something. You've hardly had anything today. Izuku knows this. Knows that eating will probably help him feel better instead of worse, but he still shakes his head. Are you feeling sick? Shuta's in the room now, standing near the bed but not coming any closer. Izuku shrugs at the question and continues writing in his notebook. He wonders why Sho hasn't gotten mad at him yet. He knows he's being difficult, but the man has yet to raise his voice once. He and Zashi have all the patience in the world when they're dealing with him. How about I make you a deal? You come and eat some dinner, and I'll help you with your notebooks afterwards. That's an odd deal to make, but the thought of working on his notebook again with Shoyuta is too good to pass up. He had so much fun last time, so he just nods and follows Sho out of his room and to the dining room. He eats more than he thought he would, and eventually passes out working on his notebooks. The rest of the weekend passes much the same way. Izuku sleeps most of the time, and spends the rest of it buried in his notebooks. He eats more than he did the first day, slowly regaining his appetite. Things have been getting better for him, so it's no surprise when he wakes up at 2 a.m. on Monday, leg and wrist throbbing. He knew there'd be backlash from how badly his wrist ended up, but he didn't think it would be this bad. He eyes the limb as he holds it, frowning when he spots just how swollen it is. He lays in bed for a while, trying to fall back asleep before giving up entirely. He makes a quick stop in the washroom for some ibuprofen before limping slowly to the living room and settling down on the couch. He sits there in the dark for a while before growing tired of the silence, so he turns on the TV and sets the volume low, looking for something to distract him. The pain in his leg has subsided by the time Hisashi comes out and finds him on the couch. The man is frowning as he looks him over, and he looks tired. Sorry, did I wake you up? Nah, it was radio. She pawed at my face until I woke up, and she seemed worried, so I came out here to see what was going on. Oh, that makes sense. He had spotted the cat a little while ago, staring at him from the corner of the room before she disappeared. It's a nothing. You can go back to sleep, Zashi. The man eyes him wearily, eyes pausing on where he holds his wrist, before turning around. Instead of heading to his room, he heads to the washroom, and Izuku can hear him rummaging around the cabinets before he returns, holding a roll of bandages in his hands. He turns on the lamp on the coffee table before sitting next to Izuku. "Let me see your hand." Izuku gives him his right hand without comment, turning his body towards Hisashi as he does. He grimaces as he grabs his hand and spots the inflammation. Hisashi starts gently massaging his hand, right below where the swelling starts, and moves his way upwards. It doesn't hurt like Izuku thought it would, instead bringing relief with the slight stinging sensation. They stay like that for a while until Izuku relaxes, nearly falling asleep where he sits. Hisashi stops his motions and grabs the roll of bandages from where he'd put them, and he begins to wrap it tightly around his hand and wrist. "What's this for?" Zashi glances up in surprise. He must have thought that Izuku really was asleep. "This is a compression bandage. The pressure it puts on your hand and wrist should help reduce the swelling. If the pain doesn't stop, just let me know and we'll figure something else out." Izuku just nods at the explanation, yawning. Hisashi is just finishing up when the front door quietly opens, and Shoyuta walks in, home from patrol. He pauses at the sight of them on the couch, and Izuku gives him a tired smile as he walks over. He frowns when he sees what Hisashi is doing, but he doesn't say anything, just gives his husband's shoulder a light squeeze before heading towards their room, leaving the door open behind him. "Alright, head back to bed so you can get a few more hours of sleep before school in the morning." Zashi's voice is quiet, and Izuku heads back to his room. It takes no time at all to fall back asleep. Izuku wakes up a few hours later, still tired. His wrist is no longer throbbing, so he takes that as a win. A glance at the clock tells him that it is far later than when he usually wakes up for school, so he rushes through getting ready. He opts to leave the bandage on his wrist today to provide him a little extra support. He has no doubt that after last night, it will probably bother him later on in the day. Izuku opens his door and finds Hisashi there, already dressed in his hero costume, hand raised to knock. "Morning, listener. We thought we'd let you sleep in a little today." Izuku smiles and nods his thanks at the man, before following him to the kitchen for a light breakfast. Walking is a lot easier today, but Izuku still sighs in relief when he sees that the elevator has been repaired. They make the drive in silence, no one willing to break the peace of a quiet morning. As soon as they make it to school, Izuku is heading to class, ready to get the day started, no matter the questions he would get about last week. When he gets to the classroom, he finds many of his friends there already, chatting excitedly about how their internships went. Ida is talking to Todoroki quietly at his desk, but they both give him a small smile when they see him. Uraraka comes over to his desk when he sits and starts chatting about how her internship went, no trace of the weirdness from the other week. He's glad that they've gotten over that strange bump in their relationship. Uraraka was one of his first friends since things with Bakugo went south, and he values how easy things are with her. She's just finishing a funny story about Shinso when the boy in question walks in and heads straight for him. Uraraka bids them goodbye and returns to Azui and asking about her internship. Shoyuta steps into the room and it falls silent just as Shinso is taking his seat behind him. "I've got a short announcement before we begin class today. Niza wants to start doing parent-teacher interviews just like a normal high school, so those are happening tomorrow after classes. This is the information your parents will need." The man passes a stack of papers to the first in each row, and Izuku doesn't take one, just passes the forms back automatically. By lunchtime, the whole class is talking about parent-teacher night. They're asking each other questions about their parents, all excited to meet them. "Hey Midoriya, your mom is coming, right?" It's Kaminari who asks, and their table turns towards him, eager to hear about his mom. It hurts his heart a little, but he can't blame Kaminari. None of them know the truth. No, she's not. Several people make sad noises at that, only stopping when Bakugo interrupts them. "What? Why not Deku? The old hag hasn't seen Auntie Inko forever." Izuku flinches at the name of his mother. He still answers though. "Because she can't." "Deku." Bakugo is angry now at the lack of information. He's got his quirk active, little explosions going off in his hands to intimidate Izuku into answering. "She's in jail." It's almost a yell when it comes out, and Izuku slaps his hands over his mouth in horror as everyone stares at him. Bakugo's got a look of surprise on his face, no trace of anger left. The only thought he has as he flees the cafeteria is that they all know now. They all know that something happened, and he knows that some of them are smart enough to figure it out. The ones that are won't tell the rest of them, but it's still way more people than Izuku wanted to know. So, you finally told someone? Izuku stops at the voice, and turns to find Bakugo a few feet behind him, hands shoved in his pockets. His face lacks its usual scowl, but it's pinched with something Izuku can't identify on him. It got really bad after the esports festival, so I ran away and called Aizawa-sensei for help. Bakugo has known about the abuse since the day it started. He had shown up to school with far more bruises than he had left with. Nobody said anything, and Bakugo's bullying only got worse after that. Good. Bakugo turns and leaves at that, leaving Izuku alone in the hallway, staring after him in confusion. Izuku hides for the rest of lunchtime, successfully avoiding his classmates. He shows up to hero studies early, and finds All Might already present. Young Midoriya. Just the boy I wanted to see. Great. Izuku stays silent, allowing All Might to continue. Aizawa told me you can't participate today, so I was hoping you'd give me hand with this class. That is not at all what Izuku was expecting. What do you need help with? All Might smiles widely at that, pleased that Izuku is on board so far. Planned some rescue training at Ground Gamma. Originally, it was a race to see who could rescue me first, but since you're out of commission I was hoping they could rescue you? That way I can monitor what's happening a lot easier. That's actually not a bad idea. Sounds like fun. Perfect. You can go ahead and get changed into your gym uniform and head over to Ground Gamma. I will meet you there shortly. Everyone else will probably be wearing their hero costumes. Izuku can't wait until his new one is finished. He worked on it this weekend with Shoyuta and Hizashi, and the pros submitted it this morning for him. Izuku slowly makes his way over to Ground Gamma, curious on how the race will work. How big will the racing groups be? Will they just have to find him, or bring him back to the start point? He guesses he'll find out soon enough. He spots All Might waiting at the entrance for him, and quickens his pace a little. The students will be broken up into 3 groups of 5 and 1 group of 4. The student who brings you back to the start point wins. They can take you from each other to give everyone a fair chance at winning. This is going to be interesting. All Might holds up a small device and a piece of paper before continuing. This is a tracking beacon, so the students have a way of finding you. And this is a copy of the team's roster. Now you can go hide anywhere in the facility. I must go fetch the class and explain the rules. See you soon, young Midoriya. All Might leaps away, leaving him by himself. Izuku finds a place to hide quickly, not sure how long he has until the first group starts. He looks at the roster as he waits. The first to go is the team of 4, consisting of Ida, Ojiro, Ishido, and Shiro. Izuku thinks Shiro will probably win. His quirk is extremely useful for a terrain like this. The second team is Aoyama, Shoji, Jiro, Koda, and Hagakure. He wagers that Shoji will be the winner for this round. He's got the most fitting quirk out of all of them. The third team is Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, Azui, and Shinso. Izuku is a little unsure who the winner of this matchup will be. Most likely not Kaminari or Shinso, though. The last team makes Izuku pale a little. It consists of Uraraka, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Yaoyorozu, the top students in the class who have the best control over their quirks. Izuku has no idea who will win this one. The team makeups actually make a lot of sense. Everyone is on a team where they're matched pretty evenly with their opponents. Izuku snaps his head up when he hears an air horn go off. He assumes that means that the race has begun. It's not long before he hears the sound of running, and Ida comes around the corner, heading straight for him. He's almost within arm's reach when tape wraps around Izuku, and he is wrenched up into the sky. Shiro catches him, and carries him under one arm while using his quirk with the other. Izuku can see Ida running below them, but he has no way of getting up here to grab him. It's no time at all before they're at the finish line, and Shiro wins the race. He places Izuku gently on the ground and unwraps the tape that he had used to grab him. The others arrive and look exhausted from trying to catch up with Shiro. Good job, young Siro. We'll give young Midoriya a few minutes to hide before we send the next team to rescue him. Izuku turns and walks in the opposite direction from where he had hidden before, seeing how far away he can get before the horn is sounding. He sits down to wait once he hears it. Surprisingly, it's Koda who arrives first. He gently throws him over his shoulder before turning and going back in the direction he'd come from. The position is uncomfortable for Izuku, the way he's bent pulling at the stitches in his torso. It's not long before Koda stops, and Izuku knows they're not back at the start yet. Cover your ears, Midoriya. Izuku complies, knowing what's coming. Jiro sends a loud sound wave their way, and Koda drops to his knees before letting go of Izuku. Jiro waltzes over and helps him up. Instead of picking him up like the others had so far, she just grabs his left hand and pulls him along with her. They both duck when a beam shoots at them, and Aoyama is blocking their path. However, before he can do anything else, Izuku is grabbed from behind and tossed onto Shoji's back. He covers him with his arms and starts running, making it back to the finish line in no time. Nice work, Shoji. You used Aoyama's attempt as a distraction quite well. You best be on your way, Midoriya. Izuku nods and walks back in the same direction he'd come from, taking a few different turns and getting hopelessly lost. Good thing someone's coming to rescue him. It takes a bit longer for anyone to find him, likely getting confused in the maze of pipes. It's Azui who finds him, wrapping her tongue around his middle and jumping high. Sato rams into her mid-jump, and she nearly loses her grip on him. She lands on a building ungracefully and Izuku slams into the side. Thankfully for his leg, it's his right side that hits the building, but the hit aggravates his torso, and he knows he'll have a few bruises from where his body made contact with the building. Izuku wonders what's happening, since he's been just hanging there for a few minutes. Azui's tongue jerks suddenly and starts to pull him up. When he reaches the top, he finds it's Kaminari who's pulling him. Sato and Azui are both laying on the roof, groaning in pain. They'll be fine. I only used a little electricity. Hey, Charge Bolt. Yeah, what is dash? Kaminari's eyes go blank once he answers Shinso, and his friend comes over and helps him get the rest of the tongue off of him. Shinso is just leading him to the staircase when the door slams open and Kirishima is there, blocking the exit. You think you could let us by? Shinso tries to use his quirk on him, but Kirishima wisely keeps his mouth shut. Shinso lunges for him, but Kirishima simply hardens his arms and blocks the blow. They continue like that for a few minutes until Shinso wears himself out, and Kirishima shoves him to the ground. Get on, Midoriya. He'll get back up in a second. Kirishima is crouching in front of him, facing away. Izuku sends a regretful smile to Shinso before climbing onto Kirishima's back. Kirishima starts running immediately, and they don't face anyone else on the way back to the finishing line. Nice work, young Kirishima. The boy beams as he places Izuku on the ground. Izuku decides he should speak up before All Might addresses him. All Might Sensei? Yes, young Midoriya? Do you think I could have a few extra minutes to hide? I feel like I'll need it for the last round. All Might gives him an assessing glance before nodding, gesturing for him to get going. Izuku walks as quickly as his body lets him, wincing as he goes. He has a feeling he'll be in a fair amount of pain tonight. All Might stays true to his word and still hasn't sounded the air horn. Izuku makes it to the other side of the facility before he sits down. He's glad he won't be walking back to the start line. The air horn sounds, and Izuku braces himself. Izuku is sitting there lost in thought when he hears the explosion. It sounds nothing like Bakuga's explosions. 1 minute later and Yaoyorozu is rounding the corner. She barely pauses as she hauls him up, grabbing him around the middle and carrying him under one arm. Izuku clearly underestimated her strength. She's running while maintaining her grip on him, taking a complicated path to avoid the others. She makes it a quarter of the way back before she suddenly freezes. Izuku looks up and pales a little. There are a bunch of floating rocks and pipes, and Uraraka stands in the middle of it all. Izuku doesn't know what her plan is, only that it could crush them. Sheet. Yaoyorozu turns back and starts running, but there are still a ton of floating items in front of them, blocking her path, something that neither of them had noticed before now. Izuku looks behind them and sees Uraraka raising her hands to release the obstacles. Something grabs both him and Yaoyorozu a second before she does, dropping them gently onto a roof. Izuku finds himself staring into the face of Dark Shadow as it pries him from Yaoyorozu's arms and leaves her behind. Tokoyami leaps across rooftops, Izuku comfortable in Dark Shadow's grip as they race towards the finish line. He makes it just past the halfway point before there's a flash of fire in Dark Shadow's face, and Izuku falls harshly onto a roof. Tokoyami races towards him, readying Dark Shadow again, but is quickly stopped by a block of ice. Todoroki gives him an apologetic look as he scoops him into his arms before sliding forwards on a path of ice, traversing over buildings easily. They barely make it 20 feet before the ice shatters beneath them in an explosion and Todoroki drops him, leaving Izuku to free fall between buildings. His breath catches in his throat and he can't even scream as he falls. He looks around frantically, but there is absolutely nothing close enough to him for him to redirect himself towards and use his quirk to jump off of. He knew this would be the most competitive and aggressive team, but he didn't think it would go quite this far. There's a series of explosions and Bakugo is slamming into him, turning him as they crash through a window to take the brunt of the impact. He maintains his tight grip on Izuku as they land on the hard floor and roll, ending up on top of him. DMN Deku. Did not think Icy Hot would drop you. Izuku winces when Bakugo pulls him to his feet and the boy frowns at him before crouching down in a manner similar to Kirishima. Izuku clambers onto his back before he even has to ask, saving them both the embarrassment, and Bakugo stands up again before heading towards the stairs. There's a slight chill in the air as they exit the building, and he feels more than hears Bakugo sigh. Think you could wrap your legs around me? I may need to use my hands. Izuku complies and tightens his grip when Bakugo starts running. They're nearing the end, and Izuku hopes that this is the end of it. He's sore and he's tired and he just wants to go home at this point. He regrets the thought as soon as it enters his mind. Bakugo slows to a stop, because lined up in front of them are Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, and Todoroki. Are they working together to get him from Bakugo? As soon as one of them grabs him, the others will turn on them. Surely they know that. Why bother working together then? Their classmates all start running forwards, and Bakugo turns to head in the opposite direction. He nearly runs face first into a wall of ice. Todoroki must have done it while they were staring them down. Bakugo turns back around and places his hands at an angle behind him before powering up his quirk. They blast into the air and Izuku holds on even tighter at the explosions that propel them, holding back a scream. They fly right over Uraraka and Yaoyorozu before they land and Bakugo runs like his life depends on it. Izuku is surprised that he's not turning around and fighting, but he guesses that even Bakugo knows he can't beat them all while holding on to Izuku. They're almost there, the rest of the class cheering Bakugo on as they see them approaching. Bakugo slips and nearly falls when Todoroki covers the ground with ice, but he maintains his balance and keeps going, barely slowing down his speed. He crosses the metaphorical finish line and slumps to the ground. Izuku lets go of him as soon as humanly possible and scrambles back away, watching as their classmates crowd him. They're all yelling congratulations, while he yells at them for being too close. Izuku sits there for a few minutes, undisturbed, before a shadow falls over him. He looks up and finds Todoroki standing there with a frown on his face. Sorry for dropping you. Midoriya. Izuku accepts the hand that's offered and Todoroki pulls him to his feet. He stumbles a little, but Shinso is there, looking a little concerned. It's fine, Todoroki. And you guys can call me Izuku. I don't really like being connected to that name anymore. Izuku has been thinking about it a lot lately. He told Shinso a little of what happened, and he's sure that after the supermarket and the hospital that Todoroki figured it out. They're good enough friends as it is that he was going to suggest it sooner or later. Sure thing, Izuku. You'd better start calling me Hitoshi then too. Shinso gives him a tight smile. Call me Shudo. When he looks to Todoroki, he finds a dark look in his eyes, but he still nods at him, so Izuku counts it as a win. They start the trek back to the change rooms, and Izuku lags behind everyone, old and new pains making themselves known. His entire right side is aching from where he slammed into the building, and his back smarts from where he'd landed on it after Bakugo caught him. Maybe we should get you to recovery, girl. He looks up to find Hitoshi's concerned face watching him. Shuto stands next to him, and when Izuku looks for the rest of the class he finds them far ahead of his little group. Izuku opens his mouth to refuse, but shuts it just as quickly. He really doesn't want to deal with Sho's disappointed yet still managing to be concerned look when he enters the classroom 20 minutes late. So he nods at his friends, and they stay close on the walk to the change room before they head to the infirmary. The bell has long since rung when they finally make it there, and Recovery Girl just sighs at them when she sees them. She writes Hitoshi and Shuto each a note to excuse their lateness to Shoyuta. They protest, saying that one of them should stay with Izuku, but Recovery Girl just gives them a stern look and they're leaving, giving Izuku remorseful looks. He just gives them a reassuring smile as they walk out, leaving him to the mercy of Recovery Girl. She gives him a scary look and gestures to one of the beds. He slowly makes his way over to it before sitting down. She pushes him until he's lying down and gives him a light kiss on his cheek, activating her quirk. His energy vanishes, and his eyes shut entirely of their own will.